The captains have arrived in the middle. The captain Damien Sweet of the Phantoms and Sohail Sadiq, the very popular captain of Pakistan Sultans, to oversee the toss. Our two match officials are here with Ashley and Sananayaka, who will adjudicate. The coin will go up now. Heads. Heads was the call. What's your decision, sir? What do you say? It's tails. Sohail, you won the toss. What's the decision?
We'll have a bat first.
The reason behind batting first on a track that you understand better?
Well, it's looks a good track, but it's going to be a fourth innings, so we'll put runs on the board. We got the bowling to defend any sort of total, so whatever we put on the board, we're going to defend it.
Whatever we put on the board, runs on the board. How many? Give us a number.
Look, we will look to put on 150 plus, but again, you never know what happens. But I'm confident whatever the runs on the board, we'll defend it. That's what the...
Great start yesterday. Any changes in the side, or is the winning combination going to continue?
We're going with the same combination. Nothing changes for now.
Have a fantastic game ahead.
Thanks, mate.
Damien, the flip of the coin battle. Well, didn't you call the right side?
Yeah.
What would you have done?
I actually would have bowled first, so I think that plays straight into our favour.
As far as this surface is concerned, do you have a number in mind? Because it's your first game that you're playing.
Yeah, watching the game yesterday, it looked like 130 was like a good enough score, but I think, yeah, watching today's game, I think 180 nearly and then 157, so I don't know, it'd be interesting. I think we're trying to get into the game here, so I think it'd be awesome to send the Pakistan guys in and see how they go.
Did you watch the games yesterday as well, just to see the quality of cricket that's on offer here at the Aussie Cricket League?
Yeah, absolutely. It was really exciting to watch some of the talent that ACL bring.
Have a fantastic game ahead, Damien.
Thank you.
So the news from the centre, it's Pakistan Sultans who won the toss, and they say they want to be batting first.
Thank you very much, Suhas. The Pakistanis, they've won the toss, they've elected to bat. There was a beautiful cover drive too from the great man. And our first look, Grant O'Hara, at the team from Perth. Looking forward to it. We interviewed their coach during the previous game, Dave Taylor, originally from Western Australia, lived in England for a long time, played at Worcester. Played the first T20 match many years ago. And here is Will Basisto, former Australian under-19 World Cup captain in 2012.
And the first thing I noticed, look, I wasn't a Phantom fan, but that's the Phantom Purple, isn't it?
Yes.
It's got to be.
Got to be.
Got to be the Phantom Purple that the Phantoms are wearing.
I like purple.
I do too.
Good colour. One of their football teams wears it, of course, over in the West.
Basisto well credentialed.
Oh, very good. 28 first-class matches. Played a lot in England. Dave Taylor knows him well. Former captain of a pretty good Australian team that were runners-up in that World Cup. Travis Head was in that team.
And
Jimmy Pearson, Mark Steckety.
Oh, yeah, right. He'll be super effective to the left-hander from that northern end as well. Starting with off-spin. Playing their cards early, the Phantoms.
They are. Prince drops this around the corner. Their batting didn't really get going yesterday, but their bowling, led by Malouk, was sensational, destroying India's middle order, and they comfortably defended 126.
Yeah, they chased a bit last night too, didn't they? So they made the Indian team chase, so they're following the same formula as last night.
Slip in place. Basisto with his off-spin, wide of the off-stump.
And that's got to give you some encouragement. He virtually held that seam up. They just set that good length outside off-stump and let the wicket do the work. I'm very happy with that. See if he follows that up.
And this is pushed away in front of square for one. Field is pretty deep in that onside.
Advantage the Pakistanis here because they've had experience on a deck like this. So they've already been exposed to it, they know. And what I noticed, there is playing straight early is to the advantage of the batter. Just give yourself time to get in and let's take a look at the teams.
Well, Pakistan, very good team, same team as it was yesterday. Looking forward to seeing Irfan Jr. bowl and bat. Needing the run yesterday was Adi Hussain. He'll be their bowler. He won't be batting.
And of course, Fahud Malik was
The star.
Was the star and the man of the match.
4 wickets and took 3 and 4 balls. And the Perth team, we've mentioned Will Basisto, Sean Pickles has played a lot of cricket at club level. Tom Murray's another one. And Keenan.
Big Keenan.
You were a bit excited about this. You saw him in practice. Big left armour.
A big left armour. Saw him in practice. They've had a couple of big left hand in Perth, haven't they? Left armers.
Certainly have over the years. And he's quick too and takes the top of the bat. Played out on the offside. That was a fling at the stumps that didn't miss by too much. Ball watching, Nasir. Forget about ball watching, son. Even I know that, and I couldn't play.
Yeah, pick up and throw. That would have been very tight, that run. So Keenan got Hughes on the back of his... Is he related to Dad? He'd have to be, I would imagine.
He's a
left-handed quick. Look at him bustling in.
very, very big man. And this is down the leg side. And it is a wide.
And it
Also,
just leapt off that length there. Just did all that touch outside left, off stump, leg stump, beg your pardon.
also in that under-19 World Cup, Craig Brathwaite was captain of the West Indies. Now captain of their senior team, John Campbell was another one. Pretty good players. Here's Keenan again bowling, and this is flicked away on the leg side. And that is a magnificent shot. A good attempt to try and field it backwards square leg, but it had so much pace on the shot that even the fielders protecting the boundary at forward square leg, he had no chance of stopping that. That was hit so well.
Leg side line there.
Yep.
Prince very strong off his pads.
Flicking of the wrists by Prince.
Beautifully done.
It's a great shot, that. It was in the air for a bit too.
It was.
Good bowling by Keenan as this time Prince on the walk, driving down to mid-on, and they get a single. Runs with the shot.
This is what they were good at last night. Just getting that single, getting off mark, getting off strike, rotating the strike. There's a single every day of the week to that fielder that's set back there at mid-off.
Yes, Keenan Hughes. And this next delivery, he comes across his stumps and plays the paddle shot. Can you believe that? The bowler bowling at around 125, 130. Exposed his stumps. It is collected inside the boundary. It's a good piece of fielding too, but they come back for 2. That was an audacious shot by Prince.
Yeah, I can't really believe it. To answer your question, he's gone to
They got 3 actually.
3 runs there. Yeah, taking a risk this early on in the innings, play a risky shot like that, but it paid off.
Keenan Hughes, big man. No relation, I don't think, either, Grant.
Okay.
Keeping low.
His dad's a big fella. The bloke you interviewed. He's a big fella.
He is, yes.
So his line. Let's just focus on where he wants to be. Just sliding across, starting maybe that sort of middle stump line and sliding across outside off.
Hughes again short, pulled away, and it is too fine for fine leg to be able to stop that. And not a great delivery, just too short down the leg side, swivelling into position. Prince saw it early, he gets a boundary, he goes to 10.
A lovely shot by Prince. He's standing outside his crease there.
Or is it Nasser? It's Nasser getting the boundary, he moves to 9.
Beg your pardon, yeah.
Yeah.
Nasser, let's take a look at the replay. Just short and standing outside his crease, and he swung that away. A beautiful hook shot. They're seeing the ball very early, these two players. And what have we got? None for 16 off 2, so they're at 8 over already.
They sure are.
But you're right, Dan, you called that well. It was short, well outside leg stump. And it's almost like a free hit with only 2 fielders outside the circle.
Going to be a change of bowler straight away after Hughes is expensive in that opening over. So the captain's suite has come into the attack. Not Sweet, it is Edmundston. And it's down the leg side that's taken off and it bounced away from the keeper. He couldn't even clutch it, went through his glove, that's how much bounce it had.
And look at the look on the face of the bowler. He's decided, the first right arm offie, he's decided to go around the wicket to the right-hand bat. Now, we've been seeing a little bit of that for the left-hand batter, but nothing like that to the right-hand batter as yet. So what is the bowler going to do here? Does he adjust his line to make sure that he's well outside off stump? What length does he bowl? Does he go over the stump? And that's exactly what he's decided to do. He's gone over the stump here.
Yeah, that shocked him, didn't it? Forced on the back foot is Nasir and doesn't score.
So the bowler adjusts. One ball, adjust to over the wicket.
Flatter delivery, worked away. Again, the return not bad. He was a bit slow to move in making his ground then to see it, but does.
Of course, all of our subcontinent players very used to playing on turning wickets, but probably not ones that bounce, leap at you like this one.
None for 22 in the third over. Whacks this down the ground. It's not taken cleanly, but he did well to knock it in front of him, the fielder there at long on. That was a good piece of fielding because that was hit and hit hard.
Yeah, it was intent, and then that's what I mean by what they picked up from last night. You can't have any half shots.
No.
No guiding it. If you're going to go for it, go for it.
Prince got the run there, and Nasir just knocks the next one down. Is getting a bit of bite here. Edmundston with his bowling. Hasn't made a bad start. Cody Edmundston plays great cricket in WA. Wide of the off stump and giving himself room to caress to backward point. But again, Nasir can't pierce the field.
Yeah, it's working out the conditions and working them out quickly. And there's as we've said, a quick adjustment to over the wicket. Now let's see what line, what attack he goes. Do we go that straight ball?
Comes back in and he guides it off his hip in front of square Nasir.
The real attacking ball for him is going to be, if his stock ball is going to be the off spinner, it's going to be that arm ball, the right hand arm ball that just goes on. Not a bad start. Good stuff by both batters and fielding team here.
Is it fraught with danger, Grant, to go around the wicket in any form of the game straight off?
I think that it really pretty much takes one of your modes of dismissals out of play with you have to really make sure that you're hitting in line with stumps to pick up that LBW. These conditions are sort of extraordinary because of the way that the wicket is performing. So, look, it's really, I think for mine, it really comes down to the comfort level of the bowler and what they're used to and what sort of plans that they do have. Have they got a middle and leg plan, or have they got just a off and outside off stump plan? If they've got the middle and leg plan, then it makes sense to come around the wicket.
Mujib Hassan, as again they change the bowlers around the Perth Phantoms. Landmark Investments, our major sponsor, leading property company. It's been assisting Australians with property investment for more than 27 years, offering services for strategy development and also property selection, among other things. Co-presenter, Gainwright Accountants from Cranbourne, and the funding partner, the state government, their events funding arm. This is down the leg side. It is taken cleanly by Sweet. It's a beautiful take by the wicket keeper. This would have impressed Grant O'Hara.
But just losing his radar early, down leg, you want to adjust quickly.
None for 25 in the fourth. You remember the greatest catch you took?
Yeah,
leg side or in front of the slips?
Yeah, it was one of each, I'm going to say. I remember them both very fondly.
Get back to that in a second. This is flicked down leg side. Again, it's aimed on the leg stump. It's a chase for the fine leg fielder who hustled and bustled and blew the house down and did well to keep it alive. And he did a good job there.
One was Jeff Foley, who played a fair bit for Queensland.
He did?
Scored a big 100 against Pakistan on debut.
Did he really?
Yeah, Imran Khan, they were all the big names were playing. And
Who did he play club cricket for?
he played for Valleys.
Right, they all play for Valleys. All the state players play for Valleys.
He played for Valleys.
Up in Queensland, Brisbane.
And a great bloke. See, everyone loves Jeff Foley. He's such a good bloke.
Good solid cricketer he was. Majid conceded a couple of runs there. And this is wide of the off stump, and Nasir has a look. None for 27 in the fourth over. And the other one?
A lot of these guys, he played a lot in England. He played 10 seasons in England.
Did he?
And I loved it. He just absolutely loved it.
He played in the first win, didn't he? Or did he? Might have played in the second win.
Second win.
Yeah, I think AB was at number 6.
He was.
Pretty hard man to dislodge at number 6.
Exactly.
The age of 39. But that was one of the great highlights that he was there to play in that. I remember Martin Kent cried on air for the ABC, calling with the great Jerry Collins.
Yeah, Jerry Collins. Yeah. He was one of them.
One of the great commentators.
Gee, just looking for some rhythm here. He's just working into his spell. It's just the bowlers are like batters. They take their time just to get their rhythm.
None for 27 in the fourth. Majid bowls again. Good bowling, not allowing Nasir to do anything else but treat that with respect.
The big fella looks like he's carrying something there. He's holding his hip now. He's just not quite happy with what's happening with his body there at the moment. But that was a much better delivery. A good line, good length. Couldn't do much with that.
In the block hole, squeezed out on the onside.
Oh, called no ball.
Oh.
So it's a free hit today, first free hit for today.
I think we saw one yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Majid, he's just looking like he's just not comfortable. Talking to his captain there, and he's saying, look, mate, I think my hips or something. No, he's just not going too well.
No,
In
he's
fact, it looks like
looking very uncomfortable, isn't he? Will Basisto coming down to join in the conversation with Sweet.
Now, they can't change their field. The laws of cricket
No.
suggest you have to, if they're going to. Can he change the field? They took a single, so I stand corrected. Because they took the single, thank you, third umpire, they can change the field.
None for 29. Free hit. This is flicked away. Would have he played this shot, Prince? We hope he would have anyway. It's a magnificent shot off his hip. Hit brilliantly, hit with disdain, and hit almost nonchalantly as the ball was on the leg stump, and he just flicked it at length brilliantly off his hip and has hit it for 6 over mid-wicket. What a shot.
Game of margins. Had that been another 6 centimetres to 30 centimetres fuller, and it jams him, but enough to just get that drop kick over square leg.
None for 35. Prince 17. Quicker delivery. Dabbed in the onside, or the offside in the end, it ended up being. And the field's pretty deep there, and they're a bit flat-footed, those inside the circle.
And that's really good batting by Prince, firing up the 6 with a quick single. Get his mate Nassar down the other end, who's 9 off 13.
You're right, he doesn't look comfortable, does he, Majid?
Najib just doesn't look comfortable. It'll be interesting to see what the captain does with him after this. They're talking about the field again. They've got the fine leg. They're going to bring the deep fine leg up and bring the captain's going down to long on, which would suggest that they're going to keep the ball up. This should be a full pitch, Dan.
Well, he'll be aiming to do it. Whether he can orchestrate it remains to be seen. This is the ramp shot. Good shot, good return. Might have had Prince in some trouble. Down to short, fine leg inside the circle. It was a good shot. It was well played by Nasir against a pace bowler. It's early in the innings for me, but he played it well. And it's none for 37 after 4. Great start by Pakistan, winning the toss and batting. The Sultans going at just over 9 and over.
And don't you, I love seeing that. The batter decided to work with the field that he was given and looking to take whatever ball he got down to the leg side, and the bowler, full pitch, made it very difficult. As it turned out, just a rotation, a strike.
Will Basisto back on for his second over, both from the Cranbourne end, or the scoreboard end, here at the Cranbourne Cricket Club. Having a pretty good year this year in the Dandenong District Cricket Association. None for 37 after 4 overs. Here's Basisto again, and he beats him outside the off stump. Nasir not able to handle that one.
That type of wicket that the straight ball is going to be the one that the standard ball is going to be the off spinner. It's the straight ball that's going to do the damage.
This is driven down the ground, in fact through the covers to the boundary for 4. The cover fielder did his best to try and stop that. Might have scorched his hand a little bit, but it was travelling. He tossed it up a bit, Basisto, and Nasir was able to play a beautiful shot.
Yeah, overpitched.
Yeah.
Overpitched there. Will be disappointed with that because the wicket doesn't come into play when you overpitch that much.
None for 41. Dropped away on the onside, and there is absolutely no one there. Fielding wise inside the circle, and Basisto himself charges in to do the fielding, and they pinch another single. 15 to Nasir, 18 to Prince, and this has been a really, really good start by Pakistan. Reminds me of the start that the Sydney Mavericks had today, even though they lost a wicket early. They're 113 for 1 after 10. Tempted swing here by Prince, didn't have control of it, hand off the bat, and it wobbles away on the offside.
Yeah, they'll be very content with this start. The Pakistanis bringing their good form from last night into this game.
None for 42. Basisto bounds in. Prince driving hard to long on. Throw at the stumps. Again, good running. And so they're very quick with these singles, the two right-handers, keeping the fielding team on their toes. That was a good return to Basisto over the bars, as you can see on the replay for Set Sports. Great to have your company around the world. Dan Lonigan, Grant O'Hara, Suhas to join you shortly. And this is turned away. A few metres from the bat, and again, no one inside the circle, as we mentioned, on the onside. Inside the wicket, in front of the wicket, and Basisto having to do the fielding. So 5 gone. Pakistan have made a terrific start, winning the toss and batting. None for 44. Prince 19, Nasir on 16, and Suhas about to come in and replace me and join Grant O'Hara in our coverage of ACL 2023, thanks to Landmark.
Thanks, Dan Lonigan. It's always great working with the great Dan Lonigan, who's been in sport. He went to the Olympics, several Olympics, 3 Olympic Games. He's covered just about every sport. Sailing, he's done weightlifting, he got called in late to do the hockey, badminton. The only person that could come off the bench and call the hockey like he did. Slalom, canoeing, fantastic. What a career he's had. It's only just getting started too. He's a young man, he's going to go on forever. Not a bad start. They've taken good form from last night into this game. Suhas. Yeah, I totally agree, Suresh. The benefit of having played in these conditions is you can go and reflect on it. You kind of got a real understanding of what works and what doesn't work, but you've got to execute it, and that's exactly what they're doing. They are executing it. It's really good play. Yeah, that was a nice shot. Let's have a look at the replay. It was wide, and he just swatted it. It was just like swatting flies. But better, much better. Lovely shot. Oh, absolutely. And the ability to play the conditions that are in front of you. Yep. And Murray is not bad, 1-4 dot. Looking for more dots. Okay. The way they defended last night, the Pakistani Sultans, I wasn't surprised when they chose to bat. Okay. Okay, and talking to the umpire again and talking about our Hume soil, as we were earlier, he was quite happy to see a bit of rain today. Because he just wanted to get some. Yeah, it is. And what we can learn about soil composition. Let's have a look at the batting scorecard. And I think it'll show make some really good reading. There we go. Yeah, it was a big second over and a big fourth over for the Sultans. The conditions, they seem a little, well, it's been kind of been overcast all day, but but the lights are starting to take a little bit of effect, but it's certainly clear. Oh yes, they earn their money, the weathermen in Melbourne. 4 seasons in one day. Getting some great vision, some close-up vision of exactly. So Surav, the new bowler for the Phantoms. And he's licking his lips, looking at that, thinking, okay, I'm going to go, no, I'm going to get some turn. This is going to be very much dictated by the line he chooses here.
Just a touch full, and he capitalizes on it. Prince is in tremendous touch.
That was an interesting decision. He's decided to go the wrong and leg spin wrong, and this will come out of the side back of his hand. If you notice, back of his hand, He's gone the wrong and second ball and nearly got taken over cover for 6. So just needs to work into this spell. And that's a great catch.
Terrific catch indeed. Soros had the last laugh. He was hit away for a boundary just moments ago with a similar delivery. This time it might be a touch ball, but slightly inside. Didn't get the elevation frames and a very good catch. Terrific catch indeed. What a comeback by Saurav.
Nettle's gone for the wider wrong and again and found the fielder to end Prince. 30 off 20. Good start. Strike rate of 150. The first wicket falls for the Pakistani Sultans. 1 for 56.
Make no mistake, it's a terrific start indeed for Pakistani Sultans, winning the toss and choosing to bat first. But as we mentioned, what spices this game up even more, this contest, is the fact that the Phantoms anyways wanted to bowl first, making the toss redundant in the minds at least of these two teams. Anthony Allain, one of the most attacking batters, was searching for runs in the previous game. Today only increased in hunger, has come out to bat.
He's been unlucky last night, I recall. So yeah, he'll be very hungry for runs, and this is his second knock. Surav, he's been bowling. Now let's see if he bowls the wrong and to the left-hander, or if he goes the leg spin. More the wrong or the top spin, and guided down beautifully for 4 runs. One ball, 4 runs. Surav, 1 for 10. 1 ball remaining.
We were talking about how hungry he is for runs. Anthony has started to attack the buffet immediately. That was actually asking to be hit, and so gentle Anthony was on it. It's not something that he does usually. He loves to clobber that ball. Brings the West Indian flair as well to ACL, doesn't he?
Yeah, under 19s. Played an under 19 World Cup. And for the West Indies. So that was an interesting mixed bag for mine from Surav. The only leg spinner he bowled was really, or that last one was, we weren't sure because it didn't actually quite pitch. But the first and last ball, the rest were either top spin or leg spin to Robbins.
There's batting till Irfan Jr. They bat really deep, Pakistani Sultans, and Irfan Jr. is in great touch with the bat in hand. 20 of 8 balls yesterday. That made the difference towards the end. When you look at that scorecard versus Indian Tigers, the bottom line reads that they won by a certain margin. 20 of 8 is what made the difference. Sadiq and Khattak can bat too. So basically, everybody can bat here.
It's a good side, isn't it? I know what you're saying about Irfan. He was terrific, Junior. He was terrific last night. That was a lovely little cameo.
17 or 21. Nasser has taken his bit of time to reach the 17. Does he kick into the next gear? This is the ideal time for him to do so. Imrul introduced into the attack. I think spin is the way to go.
Yeah, it certainly means that the batter has to make all the play. He's saying quickly, get the ball back to me quickly. He wants to get through this over. Part of the arsenal of the slow bowler is getting through these overs very quickly, as quick as they can.
Ali Nasser seems to me like a mixture of Stephen Smith and David Warner. I'll tell you why.
That's not a bad mix.
It's not a bad mix at all. Especially when he's on strike. Now, of course, he's taken a single to find himself with the non-strikers. Ali Nasser, he tends to open his gloves, let it ventilate, and strap it back on every single ball, and you know who it reminds you of. And then he's got a little idiosyncrasy about the pads being in check, checking the box. If everything's all right, face the ball.
There you go. I bet you he's probably watched them play plenty of times too, so not bad people to mimic.
But very still backlift, not a wavy backlift. Anthony's played spin well. Now you'll get to see all that. There come the gloves. Everything in place.
Yeah.
And a still backlift. Oh, very well played. That one spun back in sharply. This wicket's got something in it already. Just loving the battle.
Yeah, and as you said quite rightly early, they've already had some experience on this wicket, or a wicket similar to this, and playing the conditions and working the conditions very well.
You got to give credit to Imrul as well. Oh, just when I said that, a poor delivery from Imrul. Down the leg side, the keeper couldn't do much. Will have enough venom to go for 4.
Yeah, this one gets away from both the bowler and the keeper. Is that 4 wides? What was the call? Or no call? Did he get back to it?
He got back to it. Wait, no?
Was 4 wides?
Anthony's played spin well, and he's a very busy cricketer, not wasting any time, keeping the scoreboard ticking, and it's working at this stage for the Sultans.
Yeah, just keeping that momentum going for his team. Dot ball, the batter's enemy.
The ball is doing so much after pitching, but Ali Nasser had an answer to it.
And that's the end of the over. So after the 1 ball, after 7 overs, was it?
That's supposed to be 8.
8 overs, 1 for 64. Another spinner to take up the bowling at the northern end.
Oh, there comes a big hit. And this was 6 the moment he left the bat. Umpire Ashley confirms. What a shot this was.
That was a fantastic shot. Just waited on it, sweated on it, the full swing, and he got a maximum result. Let's just take a look at this in replay. The leg spinner into the left-hander's wheelhouse, and away it goes. Big 6.
Fabulous hit that from Alain. The way he bounced on that. This Ali-Aline combination is working really well at this stage. The right-hand, left-hand combination. Now that single comes in.
Well run. So this is good batting.
And here's the man we were talking about as as a terrific curator too.
Yeah, he's had his 130 odd first class games, his women's internationals, and staying in the game as a curator. How good is that?
And wasn't he sensational as a third umpire too?
So steady as she goes. Big six, a couple of singles, rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking.
There is protection in the deep. Bit of a misfield, but will not yield an extra run. It's only a single.
Lovely sweep shot there. He's got that determined way about him today, Aileen.
Very confident looking shots these, isn't it?
Yes.
Aren't they?
Very confident, absolutely.
Such crisply struck strokes. Ali wanting to be cheeky. And that pays off with fine leg inside the circle. The ball will have enough fuel to reach the fence. What a good shot it proves to be. I thought he gave away the cards too early, not the case.
No, he had to determine the length pretty quickly. Had that been full, he's an LBW candidate, but it was just short enough. He got onto it quickly and flicked it over. Great result. Very well played. The conversation they're having now, let's not change anything. We're going along well. Keep wickets in hand, and let's make sure that you and I are here for the next couple of overs, and then we can launch. So what they will be doing, or they'll be talking about, is targeting a matchup, targeting an over where they feel that they can really capitalise. So cricket as usual, and then target and go. Let's take a look at this this field. The spinners coming back into the attack. We've got long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, and a deep cover, a deep square leg. And we have the four fielders in sort of regulation in the circle. In fact, have we got four in the circle at the moment? Can you see four this rash? Yeah, right. Three on the offside and one just behind square. So we've got our four fielders inside the circle.
Some of the choices that the Phantom skipper Damien has made, does it indicate that spin is the way to go from here on?
Yeah, he's seen the amount of turn, and I think the quicker you bowl on these types of wickets, the better it is for batting, because at least the ball is coming on a little bit more. When you take some heat off the ball, then it's more likely to actually dig into the wicket and get that bounce.
Came back in sharply, but he read the googly, didn't he? Fabulous. This is good cricket. Oh, just loving this battle.
So he's just sort of very calm, isn't he? He's just waiting for the right ball, and when it's there.
Well, this time gave a little bit of width, Kobe. Splendid fielding, still a single stolen. Pickles in a good position to collect it. This is great cricket.
Yeah, very well run. Sort of a single from the moment that he left the bat. Good piece of fielding.
And because Ali knew how hard he's hit it, he was able to call and make Ali trust that he'll get to the strikers. And got him! The middle stump is slightly pegged back, and that'll do. Kobe confuses Ali. It's the wrong end once again that does the trick.
Very good bowling there. Just a little bit more speed. It slid on off the wicket. Didn't get much more than half stump high. And it wasn't much more than half stump high, but it was well and truly on the money. So an off spinner just comes back. Stock standard ball. You miss, I hit, and that's the end of Aileen.
There are two ways of making a ball come back into the right-hander. One is to bowl the googly, other is the off-spinner. He's chosen the latter, even though he started off as a leg spinner. I genuinely thought this was the googly. No, you were absolutely right. It's the off-spinner. He's turned the doorknob.
He's turned the doorknob. That's it. Yeah, exactly. So they'll be relieved about that because that was looking very ominous, that particular partnership. Approaching the 10th over now, 2 for 87.
Another exciting batter, Salman Afridi.
Oh, lovely.
We've seen a bit of him in the under-19s as well.
Okay.
Oh, this one came back in sharply too. How good is this? Huge appeal from Kobe.
The umpire gestured that it went down the legs, going down the leg side. We'll have to have a look at the replay to see if that was in fact the case, or whether he'd hit it. But no, they're all having a bit of a chuckle out there. There was no review.
There's a bit of a drizzle. Now that is ominous. An off spinner. Oh, and there's a back leg too. And the fact that it wasn't bouncing. I believe Salman just got lucky.
Oh boy. I think that was missing off and leg. Anyway. They might have heard
at the
something.
Halfway stage now. 87 for 2.
That's it. And it's time for Dan.
And it's time to welcome Dan in the comm box. Welcome, Dan.
Well, I reckon that was out, Suhas. From the naked eye for me anyway, but these umpires do a great job and they've got to make the decision on the spot, and if they don't decide to refer it, well, that's up to the team, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right. And Kobe, the gentleman, he was decided not to go up.
And he was smiling about it, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, for someone who's just picked up a wicket and he had the best view of it, I understand that the bowlers usually feel everything is out and there are 10 sets of stumps there. But on that occasion, I believe it would have been a better decision to have gone up.
It's young Murray coming into the attack. Now, the coach of the Perth team, who played a lot of cricket for Worcester and played in the first ever T20 match and won the Man of the Match award.
Wow.
He made 46. Mike Hussey was playing for Gloucester and made 50, and they gave it to Dave Taylor because Worcester won. Has had brain cancer and 30% of his brain removed, but he's still able to live an active life and be involved in cricket. Pushed into the offside. He's a ripper, this Edmondson, isn't he? Cody Edmondson, he has a crack. He's a little jack in the box, full of beans. Having a good tournament, Elaine got 42 yesterday. Lost his way a little bit. Kobe Edmondson fielding well, bowling well, and Tom Murray.
Very bubbly, Kobe.
Yeah, he is. From the northern end, good delivery. Shorter length. And fending away. Half-hearted. Salman Afridi was involved in a good partnership with Elaine yesterday and kept brilliantly, I thought. One of the stars in the big win by Pakistan.
Absolutely, Salman Afridi does what usually is considered a thankless job. You only notice when you make a mistake, and we're talking about keeping.
Here's Murray again, and over-pitched and driven, but straight to our man. Caught. I couldn't believe that. I thought it was a butt ball, but it's been caught, and he made that look so easy. It was like shelling peas. He's taken the catch comfortably at point.
Well
That
done.
was so matter of fact.
Absolutely, Dan. Was in the air, came quickly to him. It's not an easy position to field,
Gee.
but Salman's struggles have come to an end. Never got going today. It's been that kind of a day for him with a bat in hand. The day just got gloomier for Salman. But an important wicket nonetheless, and an excellent captaincy. Captaincy bit by Daniel as he brings back one of his favourite bowlers, Tom, and he's picked up a wicket. 3 for 88 now.
As I said, I thought it was a bump ball and there was no reaction. Absolutely no reaction, Suhas. If I took a catch like that, I'd be, well, because I would never take a catch like that.
I know.
I'd be running around the
I
field.
think you started the sentence with an if, so we give you that.
Yes, correct.
Now we're very excited to see you take a catch firstly, and more so the celebration of running around. Imran Tahir used to do it even if he hasn't taken a catch.
Really?
Yeah, Imran Tahir still does it. All he has to do is pick up a wicket.
Madness.
Imagine running all the way to long on.
He's Darwood in now.
Oh, this could be another catch.
Yeah.
Lot of work to do. Gets there, but doesn't pouch it. What an effort this is.
Will Basisto. It was a darn good effort. He ran a long, long way and he lunged and he just wasn't able to hang on. It was a darn good effort. A bit like the catch taken by the Sydney Mavericks wicketkeeper today. He dropped the easy one. All his friends were saying, oh, gee, the commentators got stuck into you, and then he took the ripper. Murray bowls again. That was wide of the off stump. Loses his range and radar wide. Really good effort by Basisto then, who's played a lot of cricket, as we know. "28 games for WA. Captain of the Australian Under-19 World Cup team in 2012, which was won by India over Australia. Ironically, a lot of them play IPL, but not a lot of those Indian players have gone on and had big international careers as of yet. That's a beautiful shot, that.
We'll get back to it. A couple of runs here. Now, who's the captain of the side? Which team are you talking about?
Well, Will Basisto was captain of Australia in 2012.
No, the Indian side who haven't gone on to play the highest level.
I will. Well, you'll know them better than I will. I'll have a look for them. Got all these notes here. More notes than a school teacher. Well, there was no one in the Indian team. But, in fact, just two. Sandeep Sharma and Vihari were the two.
Hanuma Vihari.
Yes.
Yes. Hanuma Vihari from Hyderabad. This was gloriously struck.
Great shot.
8 of 3. Now Malik with that beautiful shot. 11 gone, 97 for 3.
I'll get the team up anyway. You'll know them better than I will. Because no doubt they're all having good careers at IPL level, I would have thought.
Hanuma Vihari doesn't play much T20, let alone the IPL. He's a long format player, Dan, and he's absolutely brilliant when it comes to playing a longer innings in adversity. I think the Aussies found that out.
Well,
when he stuck around
really
in the
well,
Sydney heist
yes,
with Ravichandran Ashwin.
correct. He
His,
batted forever, didn't he?
his hamstring had given up, but he didn't.
Here's Will Basisto, who nearly took that great catch. I've been impressed with him. None for 9 from 2 overs.
Basisto almost completed that catch, didn't he? Everything was right. His tall frame as well, making him have a higher reach. if you give the balls a lot of revs, if you can throw the ball up like that and allow the ball to spin, you are in the game all the time. And Bosisto, just get a feeling that Bosisto is finding that formula out.
Sander Pandas was in that team. Vijay Zol.
Vijay Zol, yes. Oh, what a cricketer.
Mohsin Sayed withdrew at the age of 16. Kamal Pazzi. Ravikant Singh. Well, that's a beautiful shot.
2 men after it. And both of them do well. They do their bit. Bosisto likes it too. He himself has set a benchmark. 100 comes up for Pakistan. %90 of the time after that shot was played, it looked like it was going to go for 4. Good work by the 2 fielders, including Imrul, one of them.
They're in a good position, Pakistan. That's a good piece of bowling by the Bosisto. He darts it in quickly and attempting to cut, playing over the top of it alone. Akshdeep Nath was the vice-captain, Suhas. Chand was the captain.
Unmukh Chand. Yes, Unmukh Chand. Akshdeep Nath, of course, played the IPL. Unmukh Chand played the IPL too. Right now he plays his trade in the US. But Bosisto has picked up a wicket here. No. Still has to stay there. The confirmation has to come through. But Bosisto believes that they've got their man.
Let's have a look.
Ooh, well.
I reckon going down leg side.
The finger had gone up,
was
though.
Pretty quick with the decision.
Yeah, the finger had gone up, though. He's taken the review, and rightly so. Anthony. And Malik would have assisted Anthony in that review. Would have told him that there is a chance that it's his missing leg. What does the third umpire say?
Could be a bit high too, Suhas. Yeah, it clips the top of the pad. Good umpire Ash Barrow gave that decision.
No, I think it was the other umpire.
The other umpire. So it's not out. 3 for 99. Manan Vora was an opening bat in that team.
We told you
Harmeet
it's
Singh.
not.
Rush Kalaria.
Harmeet Singh is in the US as well right now.
Yes.
And is one of the most successful captains when it comes to T20 cricket. He won the minor league with the Seattle Thunderbolts as a skipper. Met him recently at one of the tournaments where he was again captaining the side, New Jersey Titans. Hanuma Vihari has played the long form cricket. At that time he was 18 years old.
Yes, I remember him.
Was another fantastic cricketer indeed. Oh, good ball. Once that single was a little late to call though. Still gets there. This single actually should belong to Malik. He was the one who insisted Anthony that a single is there to be taken.
And he was going to the danger end too, so he was the one that could have perished, but he makes his ground easily.
100 comes up eventually.
Just indicates how many good cricketers India have got, Suhas, that outside India they're not household names, those World Cup players that won that World Cup, the under-19s. As this is driven fluently to mid-off and there's no run. I really like the way Bosisto's been bowling here, been tossing it up, bowling accurately, making it hard for them to get underneath him. None for 12.
12 overs gone, 100 for 3.
Probably the 3 best players were Quinton de Kock at South Africa, Travis Head playing for Australia,
He still is.
and the great Babar Azam, who captained Pakistan.
All 3 of them have got on to do wonders. Wonders in international cricket.
Mind you, Ben Duckett and Ben Foakes have been good for England too. So Elaine having a good tournament so far from Barbados. talking to Grant yesterday about a country with a very small population with how many good cricketers have come out of Barbados.
Cricket's in the blood of Barbadians.
Oh. I mean, I reckon 7 or 8 of the team of the century for the West Indies are from Barbados. Marshall, Garner, Greenwich, Haynes, Sobers, Worrell, Weeks. Outstanding. So this is Rittic.
A set a lane in front of him. Can the finger spinner produce magic? Once again, a lane's gone for that single. Now, Hrithik went for runs, 10 of them in the first over. Still, the captain believes this is the right time to keep him on.
Well, they've got to plug the run somehow. We saw Afghanistan when it was 1 for 113 after 10. That score could have been anything. It was enough in the end, but they managed to curtail them in the last 10 overs. The Sydney Mavericks, Afghanistan, got some wickets as well, and this is what Perth Phantoms need to do against Pakistan. It wasn't a bad delivery.
Very well done, Hrithik, keeping it outside the reach of Malik. Was setting up for a big shot as he was coming down the track as well, but the ball spun more than anticipated. Then this time bounced more than anticipated, no run.
You know who Riddick's action reminds me of a little bit? One of the great finger spinners, Saklane Mushtaq.
Ah,
Just
yes.
a little bit. He's even got a similar gait. He's obviously not as tall as Saklane Mushtaq.
Imagine bowling like Saklane Mushtaq against Pakistan Sultans.
Oh, correct. It'd be sacrilegious, wouldn't it? But what a great bowler he was. Brilliant bowler.
Used to practice the doosra with a TT ball.
Did he really?
I so very wish, especially when he's playing against India, that somebody gave him a TT ball. Because he used to do magic with a cricket ball.
I remember he spun out Australia in the first innings of that incredible test match in Hobart in 99, 2000, the first innings, and I thought he's going to be a handful in the second if they get a decent lead, which they did, but Gilchrist and Langer guided Australia home with a big 6-wicket partnership. They were chasing 369.
Yeah, that's the time when Gilchrist factor as a word started entering cricket dictionary.
You still have to be a good keeper, but you have to be a great bat. Like that. Hit cricket shots like that. Oh, over mid-wicket. Got enough of it. Beautiful shot.
Yes, sensational hit indeed. Read the length early, and it didn't really matter if he was hitting against the turn because Anthony knew he's got enough. Came very wide of the crease.
He did.
Hrithik. That didn't help, definitely.
Looked again that he might have not quite got that in the screws because it went very, very high, but it did travel far enough into the breeze. Cody Edmondson coming back on. Sweet ringing the changes with his bowlers for the Phantoms who need a wicket and need one urgently here. Suhas got another big score coming up.
Yeah, the timeline suggests that a wicket had fallen, but that was 2 overs ago. After that, a tidy over, and this one was almost another tidy over. That 6 has broken the shackles. The ball is doing quite a bit. Very well kept by Pickles.
Good cricketer Sean Pickles. He's done a pretty good job behind the stumps. Malik playing the sheet anchor role to Elaine at the moment. Again, good running. They've been very good with the short singles. I thought yesterday Suhas, all teams batting probably weren't as proactive as they could have been with the singles, turning the ones into twos. I thought the Mavericks were outstanding with it, and even in the back end of their innings, the Eagles, the Afghan Eagles, did a pretty good job of that today. Pakistan have improved on that today also.
Some of the soft singles that Aline has taken, propelled by Malik's wantedness to pick up that single, that eagerness to pick up that single. These are little moments in the game that the opposition will reflect on in case this gets down to the wire. 111 for 3. Nelson.
Again, I wonder whether the field is a bit far flung and they're allowing this to happen.
He opened up that shot for himself, and it's also gone the distance. Malik has produced a beauty.
Well, that was in the slot then. Beautiful shot. There to be hit, and he hit it magnificently. The slog sweep down on one knee over deep mid-wicket.
It was a wrong one, which he picked.
Wow.
With Kobe, you can never say that it's a wrong one. It might be a doorknob off spinner as well. Oh, that was a poor delivery. He could have left that alone in hindsight. He's found the fielder. A yard on either side, and it would have been 4. And had he let it go, he would have got another opportunity to do so while getting a run for his side and wides.
Well, he hit it too hard and went straight to the fielder. Just needed to get a little tickle.
I like that, tickle to pickles.
But that's, again, easier said than done. I mean, we've spoken about the fact that you aim to execute everything perfectly, but you just can't do that in a match simulation.
Sometimes you do get carried away, but I think in an India-Pakistan contest, it was Ravichandran Ashwin who showed that with all his ability to hit the cricket ball, sometimes it's equally good to leave. In a crucial situation against Nawaz when he left and let that go for a wide delivery. Now he's put that in the gap beautifully. But good work by Rahul. Then of course it was Hrithik who got the throw in.
It's a lovely shot. Just helped it on its way. Love shots like that with the touch.
After a long time, Dan, I'm looking at Anthony playing an innings with soft hands in between as well. He hasn't clobbered the ball every time. Yes, he did. He hit a 6, but he hasn't clobbered the ball. 14 overs gone, 120 for 3.
The good players at any level, and he's a little bit of a break here for Anthony. He's taken the strides off. We're not seeing his underwear. We're just seeing, I think, his black bike shorts underneath. But the good players at any level, they can change gears, can't they, Suhas?
Yes,
it's great
they can.
to watch.
And Anthony's a ticking time bomb at this stage. Because of the last 6 overs with 7 wickets in hand, Anthony would want to go big. 29 of 19 without taking additional risk, Anthony. Can he develop a liking to Keenan's deliveries, who's already gone for 14 in his first over? Keenan's not having a good day with the ball in hand. At least till now, can he change it around, turn it around? Captain Sweet believes this is the time to bring back Keenan.
Yes, big Keenan Hughes, expensive in his first over. Big left armour. And operating from the other end now. Good delivery on line. Defended by Malik, who's providing good support for Anthony Elaine, like Selman did yesterday. 18 of 12, although he did lose his way the last 6 or 7 balls he faced Elaine, and consequently perished with the top edge. That's better bowling, Suhas, into the hip, but the field is pretty deep.
Keenan started off well here. 2 dot balls. He likes it. He generates some momentum for a man who's gone for 14 in his first 6. First 6 deliveries, that is.
Yeah, they need as many dots as possible, don't they?
Got him, even better. Keenan Hughes has picked up the wicket. Malik going for a swashbuckling hit, misses it completely. The partnership is broken, and it seems like it's a master stroke from Damien to bring back Keenan. The 2-dot deliveries adding more pressure. Malik Dawood misses this one, but Keenan doesn't.
Yeah, well bowled by Keenan. It's a sign of a good bowler. He struggled a bit in his first over, taken for 14, and good captaincy too from Sweet. Thought, okay, I'll give him a rest. I'll bring him back on later. Still got faith in my bowler, Keenan Hughes, and he's come back in and he has repaid the faith shown in him by his captain. So it's 4 for 120. Dragged it back a little bit here, the Phantoms, in the 15th over. One of the best nicknames in cricket for one of my favourite all-time cricketers, even though I didn't ever see him play live. William Morris Laurie. Bill Laurie, what a player he was. What a commentator too, Suhas. Got him, yes. Everyone loved him. It's all happening. All happening at the MCG, never happening anywhere else. So, the two West Indians, and talking of 2012 World Cup, Davis was part of that for the West Indies.
Today, Anthony and Davis. The two men who understand each other really well. Played a lot of cricket together. Keenan Hughes. This is what cricketing gods do to you. You might go for 14 in the first over. With self-belief, you can come back with 2-dot deliveries on a wicket. Oh wow! Lands the Yorker perfectly, but still it's a run-scoring opportunity. 14 in the first over with self-belief. Anthony into the Olympics. You can survive the hurdle race as well. He had the keeper to jump over.
And well thought by Basisto too to soccer it, thinking if he can hit the stumps with his soccer, he might nearly run out.
Give him the golden boot.
Absolutely.
Missed the stumps though.
He did.
So don't.
Lane was the one that was running to that danger end.
Suddenly this game has picked up pace. With that half a run out opportunity, then Anthony jumping. Now the fielder at point jumping to make sure it's only a dot ball at the end of the day and not a boundary. Pakistan suddenly being made hard to work for their runs.
Starting to pick out the better fielders too in the Phantoms team in Edmundston, and also
Slight change in the field.
Basisto.
Slight change in the field. There is a third man in place now.
Yep.
Slightly wider as well, so it's only a single. Good thinking by Keenan. The change in field, it was the man just in front of point became an extra cover. 15 overs gone. 1-2 for 4.
So they're going at just over 8 and over. Landmark, our major sponsor, our funding partner for the 2023 ACL here at Cranbourne. An overcast day. It's been a steamy day. Uncomfortable sort of day weather-wise. A little bit of rain, drops of rain. Wouldn't even wet my hair. But having said that, it's been overcast most of the day. Might wet Grant's hair. He's always got that hair wonderfully groomed. The great man. He dresses brilliantly. Tommy Hilfiger shoes. I didn't know Tommy Hilfiger provided shoes, but they're the best looking shoes I've ever seen, Grant. The high flyer from Brisbane joining us in commentary.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. What are you making of this innings?
Oh, he's trying to move on. 422 after 15 overs. I've got him under the pump, the great man. Bowling short pitch deliveries, and he's trying to avoid it, getting down the other end. Anthony 30, Davis 1. And I think they've done a good job to fight back here. The Scorchers. There's a good delivery from Cody Edmondson. Beats Lane, all ends up, and he's going through another one of these patches like he did late in his innings yesterday, where he's finding it hard to score. Top edge, tempted sweep, and it lands in between the two fielders, Hughes being one of them.
You know what you did then? You call them the Scorchers, so that means you've got Perth in your mind.
Still got the Scorchers. Phantoms, I meant.
Yeah, no, and I've got the Tasmanian side because of the purple. It's
correct.
It's got me going.
The Hurricanes.
The Hurricanes because of the purple, but I
Do
love
love
the
the
purple.
colours.
We
The
love
colours
the
are
Phantom.
great.
We love the purple. Loving the tournament. Oh,
That spat, didn't it?
this is what's happening. Look, I think it's got to do with we've got buys. Got to do with the follow throughs of the bowlers.
He's unlucky then, wasn't he, Pickles? It took off. We saw it take off a little bit from the other end, from the spinners yesterday.
It's been a really steady accumulation of runs, very consistent batting performance. None for 44 or 5. Then they put on basically another 40 odd off another 5, 2 for 87 and 4 for 122. There's around about that, my math, 35-ish. So they're 40, 35s, and now they need to launch. I think if they're ready to launch, they've got a set player in Anthony.
They've got enough wickets left, haven't they?
They have got enough wickets, so
It's good bowling though, isn't it, by Edmondson? He finished his spell, it was dabbed away to the offside. There was a full toss that he failed to put away late in that over. I think he's gone into his shell a bit like he did yesterday. And he went 7 balls without scoring and then top one and got caught.
Okay, so this is a conversation, important conversation by these two big fellas. Aren't they big blokes, man?
Yeah.
When they hit, they would stay hit. There's no doubt about that. So who's on strike? Looks like Anthony comes back on strike. 32 off 24. And one says to the other, look, I'll go, you stay, and we'll make sure that we pitch a target of about 160, 170.
It'll be interesting how the Phantoms handle that. It's good to see some reasonable scores, of course.
Here's the big left armer, Hughes.
Yeah, got a good wicket in the last over. Second over was much better than his first one early in the innings, where he conceded 14, Keenan Hughes. He's operating from the Cranbourne end, and he just manages to squeeze a full-length delivery off his pads then, Anthony. A lane and get some runs. 4 for 128, but a well-up ball made it hard for him to really launch.
Yeah, that classic Yorker length. Just got some bat on that, given his runs.
We need to get going a bit here. Hughes again has a lane, dropping it away just behind the stumps, and coming in was Pickles. He sockers it. Fancy footwork, but they managed to get another run on the board.
Just avoided the big blow, which we normally see in these last 4 overs. We predict is there one coming. It's good bowling.
Yeah, well up in the block hole. This is short. This is swung away. That's a better shot. He frees the arms. Great piece of fielding in the deep. He's been outstanding, Edmondson. He had to make a lot of ground. Wonderful piece of fielding out in the cover region and stopped a certain boundary. Bit short then from Hughes.
Let's take a look at the replay, and this is the support of the fielder. Sprints around. Definitely not touching the boundary as he padded that back. Great piece of fielding.
Anthony, 34 of 25. Chopped that one nicely. Gets a full toss that he plays down the ground.
And he's come back well, the big fella, Keenan Hughes. He's was a little wayward early on in his spell, but he's starting to find some rhythm now, and he's hitting the wicket nicely. He's finding some good length. He's finding good line, and he's proving difficult to get away.
Still haven't launched yet, haven't really been able to launch yet with Hughes. Tall man. We'll get down to Suhas, who's got an interview for us. Suhas, tell us what's going on.
We've got Ali Nasser of Pakistani Sultans with us. Ali, first of all, a sigh of relief. Sigh of relief now. Runs here.
Exactly. Even in the under-19 competition last year, pretty similar results at the start, chopped on. But yeah, good result here, good start to a tough pitch out there. I think the batsmen that are currently playing, they've adjusted well. We've got a good start, but hopefully we can capitalise on that and then finish with it. Yeah.
You say a tough pitch, but you were playing shots which were tougher for the bowler to digest.
Yeah, it was just part of the process where things that come easily to me and things that I've worked hard on, I've trusted that and backed my skill on the shots I've practiced a lot. So yeah, it was more to sticking to your process and then back yourself.
133 on the board now for the loss of 4 wickets. How do you see this situation?
I think we've got Irfan Jr. in the sheds as well. We've got a couple hitters who can really take that to hopefully 160, 170 above, hopefully. But yeah, really good start. Again, on a tough deck to get a start on, but hopefully these two can go long as well.
And finally, I saw you at the under-19s as well, and at this level too, you worked really hard on your fitness and the game plan. Has that changed?
100%, I think, because the Premier season starts in August as well. That was something that was in the priority list, working on my gym, working on my fitness as well, and obviously working on my keeping as well. So those were the things that were in the priority list. I work hard, as you know, with my batting. That just comes naturally to me as well. So those were the things that I had to spend a lot more time compared to my batting, which I do spend already a lot of time on.
Really well played today. Difficult to set a field for you, and I really hope you leave no part of the ground unexplored in the next innings as well. Congratulations on a good innings today.
Thank you very much.
Ali Nasser, an exciting talent and always great fun chatting with him. Back to you in the comms.
Thank you very much, Suhas. Talking to Ali Nasser. 4 for 135, 3 overs left. Will Basisto's done a good job. Takes an inside edge of the bat here of Davis. So there are 17 balls left, 4 for 135. They still should get 150, 160. I've liked the way Basisto's bowled. He's done a terrific job here. Beaten, stumped. Magnificent piece of stumping. And well done by the wicket keeper there in Pickles. Yeah, Davis knows he's out. Originally, Pickles seemed to be a little bit hesitant, but that looked pretty out to me, Grant. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, down the wicket. Really out. He got his bat stuck, but that was surely right anyway. Lovely piece. Love getting swishes like that as a keeper. Just a beautiful bowl, but Davis really didn't have any choice either. He had to go, but he had to match the danger with the wicket that's turning so far. And, your inclination is to dance down the wicket and do that to try and look at the pitch and ball. You miss the pitch and ball. That's lights out. Good night. You're out.
Well, here's our man. The man that has no backswing when he bats. The big fella, Irfan Jr. 5 for 135 in the 18th. Will Basisto 1 for 12 in his 4th over. He bowled beautifully. Been hard to get away. Let's see if Irfan will get him away. He likes to have a look. Yes. Well done, Basisto. Good fielding in his follow through. That was hit pretty hard by the big fellow, Irfan Jr. 5 for 135. And now he swings hard, but plays it along the ground, out the deep to Hughes. Five for 136, last ball of the 18th, last ball of Basisto spell, which has been a good one. Pill for a catch. That took off a little bit. Did it take the outside edge of the bat? He grabbed it on the second attempt. Pickles. Absolutely. I've got a feeling it might have just taken the edge on the way through. Good bowling by Basisto. Oh, it was the third time because it bounced off the chest and then it bounced lower off the stomach and he just got it before he hit the ground. I wonder if it might have just missed it. Oh, in the end he made an absolute meal of it. Let's have a look again. It might be gloves. It might have just brushed the gloves on the way through. The catch has been taken. Oh, it almost went into the roll of the pad. And Damien Sweet's waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. He's starting to dance a bit. He's taken his cap off. Oh. Again, I'll bring up my bugbear about this. I think we need the technology, but if you're looking for something that's not there, don't you have to give the benefit of the doubt? Or you're looking for something you think might be there? Looks like it's missed the outside edge of the bat as we're looking at it again here. As Ash Barrow said to us yesterday, he's out there umpiring today. He's done 2 games. He was one of the third umpires yesterday. What do you think? You think it was the gloves? The thumb? Well, Ash Barrow did say yesterday, 90 seconds, you should be making the decision in. Out? No. You're right about Sean Pickles. I mean, he made a meal of that, but he was so determined to take it. He obviously not only thought, he knew there was some glove there. He got himself into a pickle, yes. That's okay. So, I'm sure he has. but not given. So 2 overs to go, 5 for 136, but this has been really good by Perth Phantoms. They've fought back well. Can they get rid of Irfan Jr.? And as you say, he does like bat on ball, and he'll get an opportunity with big Keenan Hughes. He has smacked that, and that'll stay smacked to the boundary for 4. Whack.
I don't get many right there, but I know that he just needs pace on it. I'll just be good if he's too long. Look at this. This is an absolute umpire fly. Get out of the way. Oh, geez. He saw it.
Took evasive action. It was the straight hit. Oh. He's got 5. Actually, that looking at it front on, that wasn't far away from Ash Barrow. He did take evasive action, but took evasive action late. Oh, that was travelling. 5 for 140. Irfan Jr. 5. He drives the next one through the offside, and he only gets 1, as there's plenty of protection out in the deep on that offside at deep cover. He does, showing us again and again and again. Great boundary. One of the shots of the day by big Irfan Jr. Brings Anthony Elaine back on strike. 37 off 28, got 42 off 37 yesterday. Keenan Hughes again. He gives himself room. Elaine hits it high. I don't think he's got enough of it, but is it going to land safely? It did. He's again got himself a bit lost here, Anthony Elaine. 38 off 29. He's still there. Survived a caught behind in the previous over. 5 for 142. Here's Hughes again. Irfan Pathan has a swing and a miss. That's a good piece of bowling, a little bit wide of the off stump. He didn't move his feet, didn't put the big size 20s out to maybe try and clear the leg and get some purchase on that. And a dot ball. Caught behind, I think. Certainly Keenan Hughes thinks it's caught behind, but Ash Barrow hasn't moved. He actually thought it was fake complete. The reaction I got from Keenan Hughes then. He reacted, no, he seems to have missed it. He reacted a bit late. Pickles, I think he went with the bowler. He thought he heard something, but not much. 5 for 142. 7 balls left in the innings. And a really good effort this by the Phantoms. They still might be chasing 150 yet. Again, a swing and a miss from a slow one. Oh, gee, today Johnny Bairstow is walking out of his crease, and there was a fling at the stumps by Pickles. The ball was still well and truly in play, and he didn't miss by much. And Irfan Jr. went walkabout. Four, 1-1, ... Well done. 5 for 142, 1 over remaining. We've got to find something just in that 150. That's what I've been saying to him. Let's set the 150. That's psychological. 14 from his first over, 1 for 17 from his last 3, Keenan Hughes. Good fight back. Very good fight back. Basisto 1 for 13 from 4, terrific with his spinners, very hard to get away. pick of the bowler so far, and Murray is back in the attack now, 1 for 16 from 2. In hindsight, should have they saved Basisto for the last over? He bowled the first over. Murray bowls wide of the off stump, and he has a big heave, big swing, and misses. Gee. I thought it was going to be close, but 5 for 143, still 6 balls left. Here's Murray again. And this time he flicks it over the top. Oh, that is an amazing effort by Basisto to knock it back into play and go after it. Incredible piece of cricket.
Are you kidding? Did you see that?
Incredible piece of cricket.
Absolutely amazing. Short and wide, exactly where he doesn't want to be bowling. And then the support from the fielder, stop it. Did he hit the boundary? He's thrown it in about 20 or 30 years and he's sprinted out, got it.
He was in the air. Magnificent shot as he just whipped it over the top of the infield. And he was virtually teetering back. In fact, it's been called 6.
Oh, they've given
he
it
was
6.
over the boundary when he
yeah.
knocked that back into play. I thought he might have still been airborne. But this was a great effort. A very athletic player, as we know. Very talented player, as we know. 5 for 149, a handy 6.
Oh, is that the next ball was a 6? No, it's the next ball, Dan, was a 6.
Yeah, Irfan Pathan.
But I think the one before, which we may have missed, might have been called not a 6. Was it a 6? But the one before wasn't? There, got that cleared. 1 run, Dan.
And he swings the next one away again. Is it stopped? No, it's gone for 4. Again, minimum backswing. And he just flicked that away. Murray not getting his line right. And 5 for 154. Big over this. He attempted slow one. Irfan read it magnificently. So well done by Basisto to stop a 6. The next one went for 6 though. Anthony 39 off 30 and Irfan Jr. another cameo 16 off 10.
What great lower order hitting here again by Irfan Jr.
5 for 154. 3 balls left. Murray bowls again. And this time he gets himself all caught up and gets him where it hurts. Grant? No, just above where it hurts.
Whatever it is hurting.
It is, yep.
And he'll take a couple of deep breaths and see if he can recover. Look, they've got the water out. They've got the area. You're going to have a look.
Well, he was swivelling on the crease.
Oh, anywhere in that region, it hurts. Let's take a look at the replay. Yeah. Got him right. No, did we call that the bread basket? Is that the bread basket?
I think so. I think that's the bread basket. The nether region's a bit lower.
We've got the bread basket. We've got the nether region.
That was an amazing piece of fielding. Again, we'll give credit to Will Basisto because that was not called a 6. He managed to jump up over the boundary, but he was still basically airborne in stopping that when it looked like it was going to be a 6. And the next ball, of course, Irfan hit for 6. Just
Last
made
ball.
it look easy.
Last ball, and they're well into the 150s.
Here's Murray bowling. Oh, he's hit this in the air, top edge. Fielders are coming around. They got to get there, not quite. Good attempt to try and take the catch. 3 fielders were merging on it, but it's just landed safely between long off and long on. Again, the attempted slow one, and Irfan gets a top edge. He gets 2 runs, 18, 1 ball remaining, 5 for 156. Last ball down from Murray, been a mixed over. Irfan Pathan swings high, swings long, but he's going to be caught. Basisto's got a great pair of hands, as we know. Brilliant in the field, takes the catch out of deep mid-wicket, and the 6th wicket falls at 156. Irfan Pathan's innings of 18, or Irfan Jr.'s innings of 18 comes to an end of 12 deliveries. Anthony remains 39 out of 30. And the Perth Phantoms will be chasing 157, and that was an action-packed last over, Grant.
It certainly was. It had everything, didn't it? It had great pieces of fielding. It had some good hands, some sort of fairly average bowling, and some lusty hitting, and even some hitting the body there. So, as the great Billy Laurie would say, it was all happening, Dan.
Well, they've got 156 Pakistan. We're not sure whether it'll be enough because we haven't seen the Perth Phantoms bat yet, but they'll have to bat well, I would have thought.
Well, gee, the way they've applied themselves in the field, and the feeling I've got about this team is that it's a very athletic team. It's a very good team. Really looking forward to some of fellas like Basisto and others bat in this. Given they've already had experience, and last night, were they about 129 they got last night, Dan, from memory-ish? 127?
126 Pakistan.
126,
night,
right.
yeah.
So they, which 126 last night. So let's take a look at the scorecard.
Well, Prince got 30, Nasser 27, Anthony 39 not out of 30. Selman didn't get going today after having a good innings yesterday. Malik 18, Davis 6, Irfan Jr. 18. And of course, Elaine was 39 not out, as we said. So 156. And looking at the bowling, Basisto, the pick of them, 14 dots from his 24 legitimate deliveries. Great bowling, 1 for 13. Keenan fought back well after a very expensive Keenan Hughes. Those opening over, 1 for 31. Kobe Edmondson, 1 for 25, bowled pretty well. Fielded well too. Majib, none for 13, got injured. Had 2 dots there. And so they've brought in the extra player. Murray 2 for 30, expensive in the last over. Surab 1 for 24, and Riddick, who came on as the impact player to replace Mujib, none for 18. So a bit of a mixed bag there, but Basisto for me was the pick of the bowlers. Grant?
Yeah, most definitely. He really bowled well. He used the conditions so well. He's a very credentialed cricketer, as you were alluding to throughout the call, and he looks like, to me, will be like the real leader in this Phantoms team. So what they'll be looking to do now is get off to that nice steady start. Let's have some bowling plans, and let's make sure that we stick to those plans if we're the Pakistani Sultans. And for the Perth Phantoms, getting off to a good solid start, there's nothing more important than that in any form of cricket, and of course is so much the case here in T20.
And just before we go, the key will be Maluk. He took 4 wickets last night, 3 and 4 balls, and he was the star, wasn't he? He just ripped apart the Indian middle order when they were 1 for 39. All of a sudden, they were 7 for 47, all over.
Great control. Showed great control last night. And the other thing too, Dan, you notice, he hustles through those overs.
He does.
Before you know, you're blinking, his over's finished.
Correct.
And, that's a batter needs to actually maybe slow him down, mate. Staying, on UL and sort of play it more at their pace might be a way of approaching that.
Well, we'll see what happens. Good score, 156 by Pakistan, thanks to Landmark. This is our coverage for Set Sports. We're live at Cranbourne, and we've got the second innings to come. Perth Phantoms in their first match need 157 to win. Pakistani Sultans hoping to remain undefeated after 2 games. Edmundston. And it's down the leg side that's taken off and it bounced away from the keeper. He could and for 29. Free hit, this is flicked away. Would have he played this shot?
Standard ball is going to be the off spinner. It's the straight ball that's going to do the damage.
This is driven down the ground, in fact through the covers.
Got to give credit to Imrul as well. Oh, just when I said that, a poor delivery from Imrul. Down the leg side, the keeper couldn't do much. Oh, there comes a big hit. Ali wanting to be cheeky. And that pays off with fine leg inside the circle. The ball will have. Make Ali trust that he'll get to the strikers. And got him. The middle stump is slightly.
Murray again. And over pitched and driven. Well, there was no one in the Indian side. Well, that's a beautiful shot.
2 men after it.
Kuchan was the captain.
Unmukchan.
Unmukchan.
Yes, Unmukchan. Actually,
Thought to be a good keeper. Get a great bat. Like that. Hit cricket shots like that. Oh. You don't wonder whether the field is a bit far flung and they're allowing this to happen.
he opened up that shot for himself. In a crucial situation against Nawaz when he let that go for a wide delivery. Now he's put that in the gap beautifully.
Welcome back to Cranbourne. We're getting ready to start. And they need 158. This was a good turnover too in regard to change of innings. Grant, I reckon the quickest one I've had so far. No mucking around.
Yep, and it's the first gamers, the Perth Phantoms, all the way over from Perth. We've acquitted themselves very nicely in the field. The winners from last night, the Pakistani Sultans, posting 5 for 156. And now the run chase. The run chase from the Phantoms. Couple of insights from the coach, Dan, earlier on. His team, he's happy with the team?
Oh, he's happy with the team. He said he was delighted to be given an opportunity to come over. He got contacted and he picked up some good players. Obviously, Will Basisto is one he knows well, and a few others who've played with Will and played a lot of grade cricket. And he just liked the mix of the team, and there's an opportunity here for them.
So the Pakistanis last night, they used spin extremely well. They opened with their medium paces, and they end up controlling the game in a nice win against the Indians. Now let's see how the first timers, the Phantoms, approach their first game.
Well, Irfan Jr. will kick off proceedings. With the first over. To Goyal, and again a swing and a miss. And a wide. Ooh.
We've got an early indication there, a swing. And also this is Irfan who kind of bowls off his wrong foot with that whippy action.
It's a fascinating action, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's when he gets going.
Pronounced as Max Walker, is it? But it's more
it's more than Mike Proctor
it is.
Style, yeah.
Pushed away by Imral, but he might be set back. And then there was a man who's got sure hands in the field. The star last night, Malouk. He has a fumble.
We're coming to you live from the Casey Fields, Melbourne. Beautiful precinct. We're about 50 metres outside of the Melbourne city itself, and we had a wonderful 8 days of cricket in the Aussie Cricket League, brought to you by Landmark Investments.
Our major sponsor, Gainride Accountants, another major sponsor from Cranbourne too. And this is outside the off stump and having a look, Imral.
Isn't Ashley Barrow enjoying himself? He's lucky to still be alive, given Irfan.
Yes.
He's like he's even talking to Irfan. No wonder he caught him a wide earlier. Irfan charged back, straight back at him at the end of the last innings, but he's still here, still standing there tough, these umpires.
He also had a bad motorcycle accident as well. Here's Irfan Jr. And again, not really connecting, playing outside the off stump, Imral, from one that was a bouncing delivery that if he had have got into stride and had have got into position and might have understood the pace of the wicket, he could have swatted that away, but he didn't.
What a fan with Irfan, because I've seen him bowl in a couple of other tournaments as well. When he strays, he really strays short, and I think it's got to do with his action. If he just pitches it, that round that good length, it's really, this wicket will really do so. There he is.
And this is lofted over the infield between point and cover to the boundary for 4. And that's a nice shot by Imral. The first shot off the bat for the Perth Phantoms in the tournament. And chasing 157 to win. They're none for 5 in the opening over.
Now, Irfan, when you hear this back, I did want you to pitch up, but not give so much width. If you're staying around the off stump mark, the ball is going to move. It's going to be really hard to play. So get the length, get the width right. That's better.
No run. Gully. And pushed into the onside.
That's better. 152 runs needed off 115. A nice little start by the Phantoms. Love the name, Dan. Phantoms.
I do too.
Wearing their purple.
Yeah.
Now, were you a Phantoms fan?
I was Bill Lawry fan because he was a Phantom fan.
He was a
fan. But I was a fan because of Bill Lawry.
Yeah, fair enough.
I just love the name The Phantom. He loved the comic books.
Yep.
Oh, good delivery. This took off and beats him outside the off stump. That is a good delivery. Imral sort of half played at that and then sort of played inside the line.
Look at that. That's what I'm wanting. Just a length ball around middle, leg to middle, cutting across, and that's practically unplayable. And puts the batsman into two minds. Murray face his first ball.
He bowled the last over. It was quite expensive. It was a magnificent piece of fielding. Do yourself a favour and check the replays of Will Basisto, where looked like it was going for 6 at mid-wicket, and he managed to jump up, and he was almost teetering over the boundary, knocked it back into play. Wasn't going to take the catch, but stopped it from going for 6. It was an unbelievable piece of fielding that he also managed to keep his balance in that he didn't hit the ground over the boundary when he still sort of had control of the ball. Superb stuff.
If they win by 4 or less, go back to that, because it was an amazing piece of fielding.
Now here's Adi Hussain, who needed the run yesterday and battled a bit with his bowling. Hasn't played for a while. Star in the MPCA, as we mentioned yesterday, and with the Heather Hill Cricket Club based in Frankston, South Frankston, where Dermot Brereton still plays cricket, despite
You're joking.
his entire body not working. This is outside the off stump. Yeah, he plays in the fourths with a whole lot of great mates, and he can hardly move, but he
Good
just
on
loves
him.
it.
Good on him.
Absolutely loves it at the age of
The
58.
players, that would bring so much, I'm going to say, joy to the people that are around him, play with him. He's an absolute legend of Australian sport,
He is.
Dermot Brereton. Got absolutely poleaxed in the first start of that grand final.
He'll dive in the field, he'll hurt his knee, and his teammates will say, you should be off, you're all right. He said, leave me alone, I'm staying out.
No,
As
that's
mentally
great.
strong as anyone, even now at 58, playing with his mates fourth cricket at Heather Hill in South Frankston. Here's Adi Hussain. And Murray beaten outside the off stump. He didn't have his foot to the pitch, had his head in the air then. Looking to maybe spoon shot the shot down the ground.
Now, I'm wanting Murray just to dig in here. I know it's a T20. I know that the conditions aren't exactly made to order, but let's just dig in. Let's get our feel for this. It's a long tournament.
Done for 5. Murray ready for Adi Hussain again. Allows the ball to hit the bat. Squirts at the point. Kwamar does the fielding and there's no run.
Yeah, I don't care what anyone says. I just think even in these short formats, you still need to work your way into an innings. You can't take too long, of course, but get a feel for the conditions. And I'm hoping Murray does this. No.
He's bowled by a straight one by Adi Hussain, who's a terrific bowler, and he looks at him and says, you better get off. We love Addy, but Addy does get a bit fired up at times. Just needs to maybe control his emotions.
Addy was just the man there, wasn't he? Like Murray, that should have just been foot down, push for back to the bowler. He would much rather be out there at the end of this over than have lost his wicket. And someone said to me, and I always use it after 3 dots, something always happens in a T20 game. Sure enough, 3 dots. And
why do you think that's the case?
I just think it's a psychological thing. I just think, like, Murray went for the big shot early.
Yep.
Felt like he was getting bogged down, but it was good bowling. You've, as a batter, you assess, you've got to keep problem solving. Now, what's the problem here? Well, the problem's not me. The problem is the fact that I'm getting some really good bowling bowled to me, so let's not give up my wicket.
Looking forward to seeing this man bat. He bowled beautifully, 1 for 13. He also fielded outrageously well. Will Basisto, as we've spoken about.
He's a cricketer, this bloke.
Yeah, he's played a lot of cricket.
Remember Babashuto that played for Tasmania?
Yes.
When I first saw it, I thought, is that? No, right. This is the West Australian version, of course, but it's spelt differently. But I am looking forward to seeing how he builds an innings.
They're already sort of under the pump here in the second over, chasing 157. Adi Hussain to bowl to the new player, Basisto, who just knocks it down in front. And Adi Hussain's looking at him. Just go back to your mark, Addy.
Addy
it's
didn't
not about
like
you. He loves it.
Addy didn't like him taking about 3 steps down the wicket. I'm not sure what that was about either, to be honest. Maybe he was trying to really get to the pitch of the ball. But come on, boys.
Just get on with it. Look, he's a terrific cricketer. He's a great character. And Will Basisto says, take that! Take that short.
That wasn't
and
your
he
car
pulls
there, was
away.
it? That wasn't your car, was it?
I hope not. Well, there's a fair distance between the rope and the fence, and then my car's just over the other side of the fence. It is in the front row. Let's have a look. Very close to it, Grant. Very close to it.
Well,
I'll go and see Will later on.
I hope that insurance is paid
It's
up.
a 6. Oh, 1 for 11. It is paid up. Great shot.
That was wonderful cricket. First ball, okay, I get the psychology now. First ball, let's go at him. Let's take the couple of steps down. Let's just rock back and hit the next one for 6. Okay, I get it.
Paddy, one of the members of the committee, who's worked very, very hard. He's also involved with the Cranbourne Cricket Club, so that's the connection down here.
Paddy's done a great job.
He has.
Working
2 overs,
with
1
Harry
for
and his
11.
team.
Here's Irfan again, wide of the off stump. It was swinging away. It's called a wide. Good call by Ash Barrow. 1 for 12.
That's a perfect length and not a perfect line. So he's saying, Lisa, babe, what are you doing? Look, he's saying it's pitching on middle and going inside the blue line. But the umpire's having nothing of it, of course. He's in a very good position to see. And they're getting a little bit fired up here, the Pakistanis. There's Harry, the chief organiser. I went past Harry this morning and he had a Red Bull. He said, you need a Red Bull? I said, no, I don't, but I know that you probably do, Harry. You've done a wonderful job getting this up and going and making it happen. I don't mind. I think FM Junior should be called for these wides because he's got to get his radar in around that sort of middle and leg.
Here he is. And again, this is wide of the off stump. He had a bit of a poke, though. He didn't move his feet, Emerald. Looks like he's a sort of see ball, hit ball.
He's tempting the umpire again. The umpire's had a good long look at that. Said, no, you're right this time, mate.
I'm looking forward to seeing the Adi Hussain Will Basisto battle. I hope we get another over of that.
Wasn't that fun? That was terrific to watch.
And again, a swing and a miss. He was looking to go down the ground. And once more, he didn't get his foot to the pitch, had his head in the air. And then he practices the shot that he was trying to whip it away through mid-wicket. And Will Basisto comes up to Irfan. To Imrul, I should say. Now, as Dave Taylor, the coach who was on with us in the first game today from Perth, said, they're just starting to get to know each other, these boys. They would have played against each other, but they haven't played a lot together, is my understanding, as this is pulled away in front of square, out to Malouk, and they come back for 2. That's a better shot from a shortish ball from Irfan Jr., and it's 1 for 14 in the third over, chasing 157 to win. Good pictures of people in the crowd. Having a lovely time.
You watch a fellow called Hazelwood bowl and something like this, he would be hitting the same spot every time.
Now, this time he balloons it in the air. What's he done? He just poked it straight into the cover region. So Hale's taken the catch. That was a nothing shot.
So he pulled out of it. That was the whole problem with that shot.
Why?
Instead, he didn't get. He lost confidence on it. He got big on him. It wasn't. These square shots are difficult to play on wickets like this. He's better off just letting the ball go nearly up around shoulder height, and that's a wicket. He just once it got big on him, he just nearly pulled out of the shot. You watch this, Dan. Down. He stopped. Now, I'm not saying that
the ball to hit the bat and just balloon out into the cover region.
It's like worse than catching practice. And that's a message to the rest of the players in the Phantom side. If you're going to go hard and don't give up on your shot.
And there's Eddie Hussain having a chat to Sahel.
He's a passionate guy, isn't he?
He's a laid-back character, isn't he? He's not. But a good bloke. I know him well. I've had a lot to do with him.
Yeah, that's good.
But he just, at times, the passion, and I'm being honest here, and I think he knows that my heart's in the right place. The passion does sometimes get directed in the wrong way.
Well,
Here's
maybe-
Damien Sweet, the captain, joining Will Basisto.
Okay, big partnership this.
Davis also having a chat, you can see on screen there. He's a point. And Sweet just checking the field as well. Here's Irfan Jr., last ball of the over. Sweet gets one down the leg side. It's well taken, but is it not called a wide because it might have been off the pad? It is a wide. We didn't see the umpire in screen there. 2 for 15. Again, just swinging way too much from Irfan Jr. He's had an influence in this tournament so far. 20 and 18 with the bat from limited number of deliveries.
He's a character, all right. I've really enjoyed watching him play.
Irfan Jr. again, and Sweet gets one on the pad. The question is asked. It was going down the leg side. Again, we pan in on Harry.
Harry, look at him up. Look, overseeing his empire.
He is.
Look at that. There he is on the top of the
Oh, he's on
scaffolding there.
Correct.
He's made he's just overseeing everything. He's done such a good on you, Harry.
Down at the Cranbourne end. So 3 overs gone, and the battle will continue between the Shine retiring, Eddie Hussain, and the former first-class cricketer and Big Bash player Will Basisto.
So Will is
Beautiful 6.
one magnificent shot.
Yeah. Fielded well, bowled well, had a good match so far. But you'd think he needs to be the player that has to be there to get anywhere near this target of 156.
The battle resumes. Raja to Basisto.
Yeah, Eddie Hussain Raja bowls, and Basisto beaten by an absolute beauty. In fact, it's Damien Sweet facing. Beaten by an absolute ripper
No, I'm sorry, yes.
that took off.
Sweet.
And he was trying in the end to maybe leave it alone, but he fended at it at the last minute. It was a good delivery, still on line, well bowled. Sweet ready again. Short, and he whacks it away over the infield, lofts it to the boundary for 4. Too short, too wide from Hussain, and Sweet takes full toll, and it's 2 for 20 in the 4th over, the Phantoms.
So once again, we've got the problem being at 2 levels there, the fact that it was too short and too wide. Surprising, because the ball before was right exactly where he needed it to be.
This is the 4th over. Basisto 6. Sweet 4. Hussain in again, and a swing, didn't move his feet. A little bit of movement, taken very low by the keeper Selman.
The light's sort of taking a bit of effect here now as we get into early evening here
We
in
do.
Melbourne. Of course, daylight saving, which
Slipping
means
a
you get
gully in place.
extended hours.
Hussain once more has Sweet defending. Oh, geez, out of his ground here. He might be in trouble. Basisto, luckily, the return went over the top of the stumps, and there was no one actually at the stumps at the non-strikers end. I don't know what Basisto was thinking, because there wasn't really a run. And he was halfway down the wicket. If the throw had been a couple of metres lower, Will Basisto's on his way back to the pavilion. It wasn't. He's still there.
Yeah, there was never a run.
No way. Hussain again. And defended by Sweet, bowling right on line. He looks at him. He loves all this, doesn't he? Just loves it.
He's a competitor. He loves the game. You can
The
see
game
he's
playing.
very passionate about the game.
2 for 20. Near the end of the 4th over. Sweet on 4, Basisto on 6. Sweet pulls across the line again. It wasn't short enough to get the elevation he wanted, but into vacant territory on the onside. And it brings Basisto on strike. Does he get to face him? No, he doesn't.
Yes,
this is a bit of an issue for Basisto. He hasn't had much strike.
No, he
2 balls and he's made 6.
Sweet took all of those balls, 4 and a 1 to change ends at the end of the over. After 4 overs, 2 for 21, 1 for 11 for Raja off his 2 overs, and we're yet to see the introduction of spin. I'll be very interested to see how these two players. Let's take a look at the batting card.
Yes, Imrul was out for 6 and Murray out for a duck. Adi Hussain Raja getting Murray, and then Imrul was caught playing a nothing shot, just unsure what he was meant to do as he just steered it meekly into the covers, and the captain took the catch of Irfan Jr.
Yeah, 4 extras so far in this total of 21.
Harry's now on terra firma.
Yeah, good to see that he made his way down the scaffolding safely.
2 for 21 after 4 overs. The target 157. Earlier today, a good win by the Sydney Mavericks, who after losing an early wicket went on a blitzkrieg. 113 of their first 10 overs. They made 178, and Afghan Eagles finished at 157. Now this has popped up. Could be caught. Has it been taken?
No.
No, just bouncing in front. It was a delivery that took off from Irfan Jr. again. He's had a few of those, being such a big man. And Sweet didn't quite know what to do with that. It's taken the edge of the bat, and it's almost been taken by Salman Butt, who lunged forward, couldn't quite get there. And this is played away in the air. Through backward point, Adi Hussain is after it, but he crashes into the rope and it goes to the boundary for 4. Didn't have complete control of that shot, but managed to just poke it away over the infield for a boundary.
Yeah, because it snaps off the wicket. Big in swinger, gets big on him, and he just gets enough bat on it to get over the infield and beat the big man as he comes around from third man.
He played it close to the body, didn't he? But got the right result. 9 he's got now. 2 for 25. And now he fends one that has dropped. Great attempt to take the catch and slips. Again, he's getting an enormous amount of bounce, being a big man, Irfan Jr., and causing Damien Sweet all sorts of problems, the captain of the Perth Phantoms, but he's surviving, but only just.
Okay, Perth Phantoms. He's found his line, he's found his length. Maybe a little too full because it's just, it's coming at you. So you're getting through this over. Drop your hands.
Oh, almost cut him in half on that occasion. It came back in with another in-swinger. Oh, kept a bit low too. Brilliant bowling.
So what this does, I can see him taking deep breaths there, Sweet. And what this should be doing is saying, all I need, I just can't take my eye off this ball. Watch it right onto the bat. Drop your hands if you need to. He's not going to get you out bowling this length, LBW. It's not going to hit the wickets. Just get through it. Good work.
He noodles the next one behind the wicket. Behind square. He's had all the strike. The way to me is Basisto's been watching at the other end and has made 6 off 2. And we keep panning in on Harry, who looks a very worried man. Our boss here for the ACL.
And also the boss of Exclusive Migration.
Yes.
One of the sponsors. One of
Yep.
the sponsors.
2 for 28 near the end of the 5th over. Here's Basisto facing Irfan Jr. for the first time. And he gets one down the leg side, which will be called a wide. He's just had a mixed bag with these wides. Another one.
After 3 next to unplayable deliveries, it's just this consistency. And that's what I'm suggesting. We're approaching the end of the 4th over. And these two guys need to take responsibility for this innings and be there when the spinners come on. Let's see how they play spin. Australian Cricket League, look at that, Aussie Cricket League.
Well, Maluk due soon.
Oh.
And Basisto's hit on the pad, but I reckon it might have been bat first. He put the bat sort of in front of the pad. He came around and played it in front of the pad. And Irfan Jr. asked the question, but the umpire Ash Barrow, not interested. So they get a run there. Basisto 7. He'll keep the strike. And Damien Sweet is 12. 2 wickets gone already, chasing 157 to win. After 5 overs, it's 2 for 30. Suhas will join you, Grant. And we'll be looking forward to the next 5 overs as the Pakistan team right on top here, looking for 2 wins in a row.
Well, we'll see you back, Dan. Yeah, it's a mixed bag, as Dan said, of deliveries there by FM Junior. 1 for 18 off 3. Got a wicket to assist, and just having trouble finding the right length. A few balls have been, a little wide as well. But at the same time, after 5 overs, the Pakistani Sultans were none for 44, and after 5 overs, the Perth Phantoms 2 for 30. So a little off the pace and lost a couple of wickets. But this partnership between Sweet, Basito, just feels like it could be a really important part of this run chase for partnership between these 2 guys for the Perth Phantoms. And we're going to see last night's man of the match, Maluk, take over from the same end as last night too, the southern end. Left arm orthodox, has a great arm ball and bowls his overs very quickly. Good evening, Suresh.
Very good evening, everyone listening. Very good evening, Grant.
It's going around the world, this coverage. You can see it anywhere around the world.
Oh, yes, when you go global like this in terms of players as well, why not?
I bet you
Because
some
from
of
all
these
corners
guys,
of the world would be watching this.
Bet you
Easily
s-
accessible.
yeah, definitely minimum. Some of these guys' families would be very interested in how this is all going,
Set Sports is a household name back in India.
for sure. I saw it had something like 165,000 followers there. Here we
So
go.
many more. Oh, turned right away from Maluk.
Hang on,
Sister
what's he-
smiling.
He's smiling. And he could be smiling sitting back in his chair if he's not careful, because this fellow bowls extremely well.
Just outside the reach of the batter and a little outside the reach of the keeper too. Slip in place. Just another look at this. Look how turned.
Oh!
Effect.
Oh, what?
This is cheeky. We are back live. This is going to go for 4.
It's cheeky because it got stuck in his hand. He went to stop to bowl. Suresh, what's this? He goes to watch. And it nearly got a double bouncer. Well, I think he did stop to bowl. I think he just got stuck in his fingers.
It's good for Maluk if it gets stuck in the wicket, not in the fingers.
No, you don't want to get it stuck in your fingers. You know, Johnny Howard, our umpire, our former Prime Minister tried to bowl and it got stuck in his hand. It was over in India. And it bounced about 5 times before it got down the other end. Yeah, Maluk is a bit, yeah.
Maluk's still getting into the groove. Cheeky once again, this time doesn't connect. Basisto, the left-hander, has been effective. Basisto, the right-hander, would want to be equally so.
Mr. Basito, if you get out doing this at this stage of the innings, I'm going to be very, very disappointed in you, because you've got 8 batters watching you in the shed. And they're probably looking to you as one of their leaders.
That extra bit of bounce as well for Maluk. He's got everything that a spinner would need in his armory. The turn, the bounce,
The arm
the
ball.
surprise factor, the arm ball, the player of the match awards.
That's why I was so surprised to see that one that just stuck in his hand. That was very much out of character.
Every time the ACL is around the corner, Aussie Cricket League's around the corner, Maluk goes and books himself a nice trophy cabinet. He needs more space. Did it with hard hands, with the ball turning away from the right-hander. Captain Damien's taking his time. Both the batters 12 apiece. Bosisto the faster one to get there.
Look to finish off his over. Reverse, gets away with it, down for 4, and a good shot. So nice reverse sweep there, made the decision early to get down on one knee, get that reverse sweep going, and clears the infield down for 4, 2 for 40 off 6. Sweet 16 off 15. Bosisto batting at 200 at the moment, but yeah, the worm indicates that they're a little behind the run rate set by the Pakistani Sultans.
Absolutely right. For the men in blue, it's important that Perth Phantoms first intersect with the worm, then they can go beyond it. At the moment, they're below par. 117 of 84. It's been done before. On this track, you need a set batter to take you through.
I couldn't agree more. They need to be having a chat that one person needs to be really reduce the risks.
Lee, bat up.
Lee and Darryl, g'day boys.
Darryl can too.
Darryl, they've played a part in organising this fantastic tournament.
True lovers of cricket, that's how they do.
Absolutely love their cricket. Davis, into the attack. He bowled well last night.
It's important from Pakistan Sultan's point of view that Davis comes good, because that will enhance their bowling lineup even more.
Absolutely. And true, then bring him into that true all-rounder class.
He's muttering something to himself there, Bosisto.
Yeah, I'd rather he just concentrate on what he's doing, maybe work with his partner to get through these overs.
Is that a part of his routine?
It could be.
Some batters have that. Not in control, but will land safely. Really good throw as well. I thought that spun away from the fielder.
Striking well, Bosisto, 13 off 8. That's more than passable.
Just a couple of good overs in this game. We'll be back in the balance again.
Switch it.
Well, the slip was in place. Very soon realized he was the leg slip. With Damien playing shots of that kind. He's borrowed a leaf out of Bosisto's book. And I think it was Bosisto playing that shot, wasn't it? We'll get to the confirmation in just a moment.
Yeah, just a moment. But there's the switch hit, which brings the whole offside into play, including the slip.
Yes, it was. Both the batters have decided to play the reverse sweep, and it's a bonanza of reverse sweeps. Bosisto connects really well.
They've been watching a lot of the World Cup.
And someone from Victoria.
And someone from Victoria who looks like they may have their poster on the wall, I think. Because that actually places the bowler in an interesting spot there. What do I do now? Do I just keep bowling full at the stumps when they're switch hitting and reverse sweeping and hope that the luck runs out sooner rather than later, or do I start creating a few?
He's already ruffling some feathers by playing the sweep shots. Oh, it's the orthodox sweep, if I may call it, which is more troublesome for him. He's connecting the reverse sweeps better. And again.
And there, to your point, Suresh.
7 overs gone, 46 for 2. And what that reverse sweep also does is plants doubts in the minds of the opposition skipper, where exactly to place the field. That'll attract the field change, and then probably one of your favorite areas might open up. Something that Ian Bell used to do really well.
Ian Bell had a great series out here against us. Can't remember what year it was, but we just couldn't get him out. Maluk to take up the bowling from the southern end. Basisto and Sweet looking at variations from switch hitting to reverse sweeping to regular sweeping. Anything bar play straight at the moment.
Bit of a misfield, but it'll still be a single. It was anyways going to be a single.
And that gave him enough width then to play the conventional cut shot. Looking on side here, Basuto.
Slow, wide, but not too much.
Did the umpire call it wide? No.
This is a good ploy to be bowling slow and wide, turning it away from the right-hander, especially for a one that's sweeping. Basisto is seriously considering turning into a left-hander in his career now.
Yeah, I just feel the switch hit or the reverse sweeps well in play again very shortly.
Oh, this is good compensation and excellent connection.
I love the inventive play there. The step outside off stump, knowing that it's going to turn. Maluk aimed at middle stump on this occasion, and there went the journey.
It's not easy to hit against the spin, especially when it's spinning square almost for Maluk.
Definitely not. That was a really good shot.
Boy, has Basisto connected. 23 or 14. He holds the key to a good finish at this stage. If the Phantoms want to get anywhere close to 157, Basisto's got to stay there and continue to play the way that he's doing so right now.
Now the umpire's got a call. No, the umpire won't call that wide.
Because
or did he?
Hopped outside off, the guideline moves along with the batter.
I didn't see. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. So that's got to be.
I still get a feeling. That he wouldn't have been able to touch it despite that movement.
But he's saying also, no, I think he needs to know the rules. If it hits the uncut,
move to the adjacent pitch.
If it hits the uncut, it's definitely a wide. I get that.
Good connection and excellent placement once again. Innovation at its best. Maluk under pressure. This is game on.
Yeah, we've seen Maluk put on the sort of pressure he wasn't put on last night, and we'll see how he responds. But this is well connected. Everything's square. Everything's square of the wicket. And because it's turning so much, that's the better option.
Such good connection. Almost went for 6 as well. Basisto, he's found the rhythm, he's found his timing. It's going to be an innings that's going to be assisted by Basisto, with Damian going for the big shots as a captain. He's going to stick around, and a captain sticking around while others will switch it is something that Australia is well versed with, especially against Afghanistan.
Absolutely, yes, that's exactly right. And even though he was a bowler, our captain bowler, what a great innings that was to be able to hang around while the master did his work.
One for the ages. 8 overs gone, 57 for 2. Davis went for 6 in the first over. He's got to be wary of the reverse hit. Oh, good ball. And for the first time, Davis is cursing the spin that he got. Had he not spun that much, the off stick was a thing of past.
And Sweet's just challenged our assumption that he's going to hang around. There he goes again.
Hasn't carried. It's a smaller ground comparatively.
Yes.
And that's compared to yesterday.
Yes.
It's, if you do not hit it too well, you might be in trouble. Still, because of the turn, I think it's compensated really well for the boundaries coming in. Oh, good ball. That curtails the options of the batter. Wicket to wicket, slightly quicker. The ideal pace on this surface.
And I'm pleased to see Basetto paying respect to a good delivery. Means he's watching the ball.
Oh, basically you've got to smother the spin. If you let it spin, it's going to grow on you.
Yeah, that's why.
And Bosisto has got a really good dentist to call up because he's playing a lot of sweep shots.
It's. I think he's got to give away the conventional and go his reverse again, because he does hit the reverse okay to Davis. No, persevering. And now we've got the 4 dots.
He's in constant exchange with the umpire. And most of the time it's a question of why isn't it a wide. 9 overs gone, 58 for 2. What an over from Davis, just 1 run. This is good camaraderie. This is what you get in ACL. The intent is there while he had the ball in hand. As soon as the over finishes, the camaraderie takes over. What an over, Grant. What a terrific over. Just 1 run under circumstances.
1 run, because what he was able to do there was he was consistently being able to hit a spot, and he didn't want to do anything different. He didn't try doing any variations. He got the measure of the batsman in that over, and he said, well, I'm on top, I'm going to stay on top.
Time for the captain to roll his arm over. Sohail Sadiq for the first time in 2 games.
First time in 2 games. So give me the ball.
As soon as the captain gets the ball in hand, the other bowlers look towards him just to see who he's going to throw to. Decides to walk up to the crease, measures his run up.
Copy that, Ash. Is that 12 that went off? Sorry.
China was gone 58 for 2, Sohail Sadiq.
We've had a replacement. 12's gone off and 22's come on. We'll see if we can pick up the names.
It says right arm bowler. It doesn't say medium or fast. He's left it for the batter to realize. Taken. What a start! What a start in this tournament with the ball in hand for the captain Sohail Sadiq. And he's dismissed his counterpart, the captain of the Phantom, Damien. Pitches it short, top edge, and a really good catch.
Yeah, that's what we call a long tracker, a half tracker, and Damien Sweet, he'll be disappointed with that. It's very close to shoulder height.
I think he's put in a word about that extra bit of bounce to the batter coming in. Damien Sweet's got to walk 58 for 3.
Can you just get the captain of Pakistan just ask his players to tame down the celebrations, get down there.
Let's take a look at this. It's
Cross seam delivery, yeah?
I think it was closer to his half of the wicket than the batter's half. But the big hands, look at the big hands. If Farm Jr. comes across, he wasn't dropping that. So the end of suite.
The umpires are having a word with the captain. I think it's about not being in the face of the batter while they pick up a wicket.
Yep.
To tone down the celebration a little bit.
Yep. Yes, there's been a directive just to keep within the spirit of the game, everything that's happening.
That's what we love about Aussie Cricket League as well, played in the spirit of the game. Kobe Edmonston bowled really well today. He's got to spew some magic with the bat in hand too. Cross seam delivery coming up. Oh well, that awkward bounce again, and it's a nagging length where the batter has to play or sway.
Player swale, I like to see what you did there. Suresh, that's very precise and spot on. How's that for the first ball to get? So
nice and early call that he only wanted one. Good running. So he's suggesting go for it. Go for the throw. Have a shy. Now key wicket at this stage for Pakistani Sultans. It's Bosisto.
and notice that Basisto is taking an off-stump guard. Just making sure that he knows where that off-stump is.
He's tired of moving.
He's tired of moving.
He's tired of taking the leg stump guard,
and he's
moving and
actually
coming to off.
do it on off-stump too.
Every time Bosisto has missed, he's looked at the umpire to make sure that it's a wide, but that hasn't happened.
Yeah, I know a former Australian captain would say, mate, you just do the batting and let the umpire do the...
Yes.
Because, yes, could create a little bit of sort of unrest amongst the opposition too. Entitled to say, mate, you just keep batting.
What about this one? What about this one? The arms of the umpire stay side by side.
And I do think that was probably a wide, so maybe he's getting inside the head of the umpire a little bit here too. All the
good shot. This is where football skills can be brought to play. Prince stops what looked like a certain boundary before the second line of defense eventually arrived. And that means at the halfway stage, the Phantoms have managed 61 for 3. Bosisto still there. 61 for 3. And that's the upshot of the game so far. 156 for 6, Sultans with the bat in hand after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. Anthony top scoring, this 39 not out was crucial in the end. Prince's 30 was good to watch as well up top. Nasir's 27 was a sigh of relief for the entire side that he is back in form. And Phantoms in reply are 61 for 3. Murray picked up 2 wickets. Bosisto picked up a wicket. Now with the bat in hand, he's got to create the same magic. Saurav is also amongst the wickets. Now it's up to Bosisto.
Gee, it's getting dark, isn't it?
Joined by Dan now. Welcome, Dan. A wicket apiece for Sadiq, Raza, Irfan Jr. And Irfan's also completed a very good catch.
Yes, he's done a good job. To me, it's just a bit dark. We've got to try and see if we can push the games forward again, I think.
Now, it's a good point that you mentioned. If it gets darker, then is the opposition captain forced to bowl a spinner? Or does he preempt right now, Dan, and start bowling spinners so that he can get through the overs quickly?
Well, he might have to. He just might have to. I mean, and they've got some good spinners.
Facing Irfan Jr. with a fading light is the last thing that you
want.
want.
No way. Well, we saw this a couple of years ago, the first year of the tournament, when Big Grewal, who plays with Mitchum and was playing for India, he bowled the first 2 overs, and when India were obviously bowling last. They started the match late, and it'd be well after 8 o'clock, nearly 8:30 in fading light, and there were a couple of young players in the Australian team, and he was bowling to them, and they just couldn't pick it up. No one could pick it up. Even the good players couldn't pick it up. The ones with experience. You either bowl him up front, or you don't bowl them at all, the pace bowlers, if you haven't bowled them and you're starting to get fading light. But what you do is...
Bowling them up front and completing the quota is also a gamble.
Well, yes, but we're also looking at the safety of players, and we're also, I think, needing to get through the games much quicker. Much quicker.
Superb running between the wickets. 2 more added to the tally. I see what you're telling us, Dan. And that white ball also changes colour the more it gets hit.
And you just get on with it. 3 for 64.
That is hit well.
It is.
And it's going to be 4.
Been impressed with Basisto. Had a great match. Wonderful piece of fielding. He stopped that 6.
Oh yes, that was terrific. But the following delivery became a 6 eventually.
Yeah, it did. It did. 6 very handy runs for the big fellow, Irfan Jr. 3 for 68 in the 11th. I know that one of the umpires is the Perth Phantom boys. Give us a wave. I know that one of the umpires, Ash Barrow, is asking to speak to Harry. And this is a switch hit. Oh, what a shot. What a shot!
The 6s are getting bigger and bigger. Basisto seriously consider turning into a left-hander. With that bat in hand, you will look like David Warner. This is unbelievable. There's also a reason that he's going for a switch hit. He's not getting wides.
Can seriously play Basisto, as we know.
Oh, good single, good single, good thinking. If the ball's not there to be hit, do not let it become a dot delivery. Ali Nasser completes the throw eventually. He waited for a while. 11 overs gone, 75 for 3.
There's also been a bit of an issue with the celebrating of the Pakistan players.
Yeah.
We saw it early with Adi Hussain Raza, who got a bit fired up with Basisto, and then the next ball he bowled him and he hit him for 6.
I love these small cards as well. It allows you to enjoy the game while also being oppressed with the stats here. 42 or 27 for Basisto, while Damien's 19 or 20 was looking good, but one that bounced a little more made him get back in the hut. Kobe has just walked in. Imrul Kayas, a better innings was expected from him.
It was just basically Harry wanted to indicate the umpire.
82 or 54. This game's still wide open, Dan, with Basisto still there.
Absolutely. He has batted well, hasn't he?
It's important that Basisto does not try to hit the ball hard, just like that, but still gets a second run. Good running between the wickets, and there might be a third one as well now. Sticking to 2.
The other thing is that Edmonston is very, very athletic as well. He's a good fielder, and he's quick and he's young, so I dare say that they'll be able to pinch some singles here and keep the Pakistani fielders on their toes. They were very impressive yesterday with the way they fielded and bowled. Made 126, which I didn't think was enough, but was more than enough, as we know. That's a good shot, pulling across the line, as has been the want a lot today. And Maluk, who was again the man of the match yesterday, gets man of the matches in this tournament for fun, doesn't he?
Oh yes, such a good habit.
A bit like my man in the first year, Tej Gandhi, who we'll see for the Kangaroos soon. Attempted flat bat by Edmonston, didn't get a lot of contact on that in this 12th over. He's having fun out there. I mean, even when things haven't been going his way, he's smiling, laughing, having a good time, enjoying his cricket.
Kobe might be 1 of 5, but there's so much talent to explore with Edmonston.
Clean strike with the cricket ball, I've heard. But not today.
Played on.
Sadiq has produced the magic delivery once again. Played on. Back in the hat. Kobe departs with just one. Sadiq picks up his second. It's taken him 10 deliveries. And he's already produced 2 good wickets. Man with the golden arm. Captain of Pakistani Sultans.
And the most passionate man in this team. He absolutely loves it. He loves his cricket more than just about anyone I've met who plays the game at any level. He absolutely loves it, Suhas.
Age is just a number. Edmonton's back in the hut. 78 for 4. Sadiq is opening the game even more for his side. Will Bosisto is the only glimmer of hope at this stage for the men in blue. Or purple, shall I say, Phantoms.
Sean Pickles is in with him, the wicket keeper.
Pickles needs to do a Gilchrist at this stage, with the required rate touching 9.4.
He's from the Toongabbie Cricket Club near Terrelgan in Gippsland, not that far away from here. Sean Pickles, where he started his cricket journey.
Gets that single.
Great running.
Sean Pickles is off the mark. The brilliance of Bosisto, can it be seen of the last ball of Sadiq, or will he play it out? Would he try to take a single and retain strike? So much can happen with this delivery, and the fact that we don't know with 3 options there is what adds to the fun here in Aussie Cricket League. He's gone for the big shot, in fact. Will get only a single though. 12 overs gone, 80 for 4.
If he drags them home, you have to say he'll win the Man of the Match award, even if he doesn't drag them home. He's taken a wicket, fielded brilliantly, batted sensationally. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And after 12 overs, Pakistan Sultans were 3 for 100, so they're 20 runs in front, and the Perth Phantoms are 4 for 80. So at this stage, the Sultans in a good position to make it 2 from 2, and in my famous or infamous win viz, I've got them 75-25 to win the game, if that means anything at all. I'm worried about this light though. Doesn't look as bad just looking at it on the screen, but if you look at it just generally, like you're watching the game as a spectator, it is very, very dark.
Today's been a very interesting day of cricket. In the first game, we learned that what Ronnie did after losing an early wicket, coming all guns blazing, that might be a good template to follow in the entire tournament, Aussie Cricket League 2023, with the level of competition that it's become now, with all these excellent cricketers being a part of it. I genuinely believe that this league's going to transform into something bigger and better.
The tournament continues tomorrow. The Lincoln Lions, the first game against the Afghan Eagles, as Sahel is having a chat to the 2 umpires here. And then it's Canadian Wolves up against the Sydney Mavericks.
I hope the chat is about the light, because the Pacers still have overs intact as far as the Pakistani Sultans are concerned. And if the light is fading, it's important that the Pacers bowl at a stage where the batters are at least able to see.
I think it's getting very hard to see, isn't it?
That's what the batters are saying.
Correct. So I think that if we are to continue to get a result, and we probably can meander through or muddle through, they play the spinners. That's just the way it goes. I know the Pakistanis
There are lights
would
here.
be disappointed,
Yeah, there are lights here.
but they're not. Probably, and again, that's because of the Cranbourne Cricket Club, and they do an outstanding job, and they work very, very hard. But the lights are not having the effect that they should. I mean, it's looking very dark out there now. We might still get a no result here. Medusa Rays will bowl at 4 for 80. And again, it was a slightly slow start to get on for this second game, although full credit to the Perth Phantoms. They quickly came out to bat within 5 minutes, virtually, after the end of the innings, of which Pakistan made 156. But then the situation here is we're having a long conversation about whether the game should continue. And the longer the conversation we have, the more the light fades, therefore making it even harder for the game to continue. So we're just finding out at the back. Suhas will have an answer for us, chatting to Paddy, one of the organisers. Suhas, what have you found out for us?
Well, the light is fading indeed.
Oh, yes.
And the umpires can probably request, not perhaps the best word, but at least let the captain of the fielding team know that the light is fading indeed and might be dangerous to bowl pacers, especially the ones that you're trying to unleash with Irfan Jr. and more, given the surface too. They might probably let them know. However, they can never force a captain to say, all right, you only need to bowl spinners. Having said that, it's important that the batters keep in mind too that they are allowed to say to the umpire, look, it's getting difficult to spot the ball. Would you mind checking with the light meter again? But it can only be a gentle push. It can't be a statement.
Fair enough. I still can't see there being a result here. Still got 8 overs to go.
Be very careful when you say, I can't see the result. Can't see has other meanings at this stage with the light fading.
Well, I just think it's getting a bit dark.
As simple as that.
As simple as that.
77 of 48. Brosisto wants to play.
I know
me,
he does.
If Brosisto sees even a beam of light, he would want to play, because that's the kind of innings that he's playing. 46 of 30. And momentum is huge in this game. But you can't be wasting time right now to try and come to a conclusion, because the light is not going to wait. There are lights here at the Cranbourne Stadium as well.
I was just saying before that the longer this goes on, this discussion, the more the light fades. We could have nearly had the 13th over and been to the 14th over with the spinners on.
There you go. Now there are lights here, but are they strong enough for a game of cricket to continue after the sun bids goodbye, at least at this level? Well, we need lights for the cameras too, because it's a huge broadcast, remember?
I think Will Brosisto might be coming off, as he's certainly taken his gloves off.
Brosisto might not be very pleased coming off at this stage, because momentum is something that he carries at the moment. But if now this trio will come up with the answer.
Yeah,
Vivek, Seneca, and the very experienced Ashley Barrow.
Well, Ashley Barrow, we've been hearing in the sound effects, has been worried about the light for 3 or 4 overs, and so he should be.
And in those 3 or 4 overs, you could say coincidentally, spinners were also in operation.
Yep.
And Sadiq was also in operation. Was bowling military medium.
Yeah, that's okay, I think.
I think the bigger problem is the man who walks into the frame. He can generate some serious pace, and you as a batter want to accommodate as much light in your eyes to see the ball, spot the ball, especially when it's got venom and bounces at you from difficult positions. It bounces at you, chases you. Mr. Boyal is in that meeting too. Harry is in that meeting too.
Paddy, of course. See, the longer they keep going with this, the more I think they have to make a decision to call the game off because of
There
bad
you go.
light.
Yeah, the catch-22 situation.
You can't keep playing. You can't possibly keep playing
The coach would be telling you.
at the moment. Dave Taylor's having a chat, we can see on screen, with
Should
the
they,
man of the moment, Will Basisto.
Dan, should they continue to play the game with the existing light as well, and the captain of the opposition agrees, okay, I will only bowl spinners at this stage, that can work in the favour of the Phantoms. The reason I say that is because now the captain's going to turn to somebody who might have not been prepared to bowl today. And secondly, there is still a set batter in Basisto who will take him on.
Correct. And I know that the Pakistanis so badly want to win, like any team, to make it 2 from 2. They'll be saying, well, hang on, no, we've still got our pace bowlers, we've got a few overs to go. We want to win this game.
You want to win this game, as simple as that.
Not saying that the spinners won't be a handful. They've already been a handful in the tournament,
Sure.
as we saw yesterday. However,
How badly do you want a result is the bigger question at this stage, and how badly do you want to have a result with being of minimum inconvenience to both the sides and still very fair to both the sides. That's exactly why the men in red matter more at this stage to call the result.
well, every team has 3 games, so this is the Sultan second. They would hate there not to be a result tonight,
Because both
knowing
these
that they've only
teams,
got one more game left.
there you go, and that makes it even more difficult in a contest of this kind where the games come into you thick and fast every single day. Virtually, you're playing a game. Suddenly, you lose momentum, and you're looking at not qualifying. You don't want that to happen.
I mean, we've had a 10-minute delay now, and we could have had 2 or 3 overs bowled.
Yes, but
So
by who?
that's-
Is there another question, by who? If Sadik's not ready to bowl a spinner at this stage, a pacer at this stage would be dangerous.
Well, Sadiq has to bowl spinner. He was about to bowl spinner.
But the
Yeah, he
playing
is about
conditions,
to
the
bowl.
playing conditions, that's exactly why we had a revisit to the playing conditions. Does that suggest, do the playing conditions suggest, does that book suggest that the umpire can ask the opposition captain to bowl a spinner? That is the clarity that we need at this
Well,
stage.
I think that they should,
You think they should?
because it's a safety issue.
It's a safety issue indeed. I say it's still unfair to be asking Sadiq to try and scourge for a spinner when there are only pacers left in his side.
I mean, what we've learned from this is we've just got to start earlier, and we've got to get on with it. Got to get on with it.
Simple as that. Or,
And we didn't get on with it enough
or
today.
have penalties for going over the over rate.
Correct.
Or have penalties because time is crucial, because the sun doesn't wait for anyone. 77 runs, 48 balls. The game is in the balance, but it's got a whole new dimension added to it, called the light. 'Tis the season.
Well, that's exactly right.
Let there be light.
It's been a very, very slow match too. Paddy's having a chat now to the 3 umpires. Harry's in the background a little bit. And the 2 captains, Sahale and Damien Sweet.
Now this is the frame which is going to decide how this game is going to go about now. This is the frame. The men who matter are there. Now they need to reach a common consensus depending, and the common consensus has to be such that both teams feel it is fair.
The only other thing you do,
Oh, that's a lovely seat.
yeah, that is Dale Christie's family. Dale Christie is the coach of the Pakistan team, Chipper. That's his wife and 2 children. And Dale is an assistant coach also at the Casey South Melbourne Cricket Club and has been involved with the Frankston Peninsula Cricket Club as well. We'll wave to the Christies. Don't know whether they knew they were actually on camera then, but Damien Sweet still having a chat. He seems nice and relaxed there. The
Whatever the outcome is here, Dan, it's going to be a big learning curve, and it's going to restore the faith in this beautiful sport because it continues to teach you every single day.
Well, it does. I just would have thought we learned from the first year. And I understand that we've made it bigger this year, and it's fantastic, and we thank all the sponsors, and we also, of course, thank all the teams for being involved. We've got 8 teams. But, again, they should have started earlier. and they should have been quicker.
Now
I mean, if you say a game's going to start at 12:30, no matter who's organising the game of cricket must start at 12:30. Correct? You must say, how long is the break between innings? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? How long is the break between games? 15
I think
minutes,
the
20
only way to
minutes?
go about it is penalising it not in terms of money but in terms of fielders in the deep during the death overs. As simple as that. Because there's got to be a rule in place which makes sure that the fielding team adheres to the timing. Off late, at the international level, they've started to use the stop clock, the stopwatch, which counts down, and you've got to finish your bowling effort before it turns to 0. Something similar might be applied here.
No,
Harry's
they
asking-
can't possibly continue now. It's been 15 minutes at least.
15
We could have got
minutes.
4 overs in by now. Yeah, it's over.
Soil's not the happiest man at this stage.
No,
but
he's
still
not.
shaking
He's
hands.
not. I think we're going to get a result here. Yep.
Do we have a result at this stage?
Well, when I say a result,
Oh, the
it'll be a
handshakes
no
have begun.
result. We might just get Grant to go and check that for us. Yeah, to find out what the result might be. Well, they could. I mean, Chris Lamb, the president of Cranbourne, has said in the back they could, and this was in the back of my mind too, could they come back and finish the match tomorrow? But then you've got a different situation, haven't you? You're not playing in the same conditions.
But cricket has been accommodative of the fact that you grow as a cricketer when you tackle different situations. You come back the next day as well, and cricket has been very accommodative of that, especially in the longer format of the game, which is played across days with a different kind of a ball. I think that's one of the better decisions taken if they're going to continue tomorrow, because that way you're being fair to both sides.
Well, you start earlier then. You start at 10:30, 11.
That's
And
their
then you
call,
make
that's
sure-
their call. Instead of 12, if they want to start at 11:50, but they believe that this can be done, that's totally their call. We can't comment on that. But I
Yes,
think
we
it'll
can.
be a good decision.
We can say that in our opinion, you need to start about 11:30 if you're going to get all the games in,
Fair enough.
and you're going to get 3 games in again tomorrow.
Yes.
We don't want the same thing to happen tomorrow that has happened today. When things happen that don't quite go to script, that happen in a negative fashion, what do we want to happen from it, Suhas? We want to learn from it so we can get the result going the right way the next time, don't
Fair
we?
enough, but I also think that the light is fading quicker today because it's a gloomy day.
Yes, that's right.
And tomorrow might or might not be gloomy, we don't know. Had this been a regular sunny day, the game would have gone on right now. It's not raining, cats and dogs. It's just that it's been a very gloomy day, and despite the lights, it's getting difficult to play.
I think Grant's got an answer for us, so we'll get him to come on and tell us about that in a second. But Dave Taylor's obviously shaking hands,
Ah, well.
and I might even see if I can get him on as well.
There are two ways in which this could be fair at this stage. A, they split the points, which will be very unfortunate because these are two teams which have fought really, really hard till now. But that's one of the fairer things to do. But we'll leave it to the umpires, of course. The second thing is they come back tomorrow, try and complete the game with equal inconvenience to both the sides. Than equal convenience, but still that's fair.
Well, I probably would complete the game tomorrow, thinking about it.
If you do not complete the game and you feel one of the team is ahead by certain calculations and you give it away, then it's a different story altogether. I would say that could be a little unfair because it's not raining. And it's in a very grey area because the playing conditions have to accommodate this situation as well, and that's exactly what we love about the sport. It allows you to learn every single day.
Well, that's right. But we've seen this happen before, and we've just been caught in a very tough situation tonight. The teams have decided to share the points. I'll hand it over to Grant because he's actually out in the middle, and he can tell us verbatim.
There you go, former.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dan. Suhashi, I got this directly from the third umpire's mouth. There's quite a bit of debate going on out there. There are a couple of options that the teams could consider, one of which was to actually come back and resume the game tomorrow morning. Both captains declined that as an option and have agreed to share the points. So the game, due to bad light, you've been mentioning how the gloom has cast a shadow over this afternoon, evening here at the Oval at Casey Fields, and the two teams fairly evenly poised, but it is a pretty big decision for the captains, don't you agree, to come to that decision to actually share these points? And
How do you feel about that?
I feel a bit disappointed.
You've played a lot of cricket.
Yeah, that's for me is a little unusual to get to that.
Why did they decline?
I didn't get that a full response on that one, Dan, so I'm not too sure about why the captains didn't want to come back early tomorrow. Whether look, one of the only things I can really...
Well, Sohail's still discussing it now. He's not happy about it. I mean, but look, unfortunately their behaviour hasn't been great tonight. They've been a little bit, to me, a bit too demonstrative. They've taken forever to bowl their overs. I knew this wouldn't continue because they're having this discussion and we could have got through at least 4 overs with the spinners in the time that we were spent discussing whether we should continue and whether we shouldn't continue.
I agree with you there, Dan. Like, there were multiple messages. We sit right next to the third umpire. There were multiple messages out to the middle saying how far behind they actually were on their run rate. They're overrated.
And he heard Ash Barrow say, where is the boss? Where is Harry?
Yes. And,
because he said it's getting a bit dark.
It is getting, and so it was. And then I did hear a conversation around the whole notion that they did want fast bowlers to bring their fast bowlers back. Now, back in my day, we used to have an agreement with the opposition and the umpire that if we were to bowl slower bowlers, they would continue because they felt the light was satisfactory to bowl the slower bowler. But as soon as we wanted to introduce a fast bowler, they'd call it off. So that discussion did take place. I did hear that discussion.
Yes.
That was an option that they could have continued with the slower bowler, but I have a feeling also that the Pakistani side wanted to reintroduce their faster bowler, which was going to pose a risk to the players. So,
well, I think Will Basisto was concerned about that, and I think that the Perth Phantoms in general were concerned about that. I think that there should have been a rule put in place. I know it's not in the laws of cricket, but this is not sanctioned by Cricket Victoria. I think that there should have been a rule put in place that if we were going to get to this situation, which we did 2 years ago. It was okay last year. We started the games earlier and we were able to move a bit quicker. That the umpires have the right to say to the team, in this case Pakistan, no, you're not to bring your fast bowlers on, even though they could say, we'd prefer you not to bring the fast bowlers on because the batters don't want the fast bowlers on. They can't really see. But the Pakistanis can decide if they want to bring the fast bowlers on or not. I think there just needs to be a point-blank rule in place, Grant, saying you can't bring your fast bowlers on. Bad luck. It's too dark.
That's, for me, that makes common sense. And everyone wants cricket. Everyone wants games completed. It's not raining. We actually played through some light showers throughout today. The lights have been on since about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So the lights at the field aren't sufficient enough to play day-night cricket. So we've arrived. We're at where we're at. It is what it is.
And it could cost Pakistan dearly. It could also cost the Phantoms dearly. They've got 2 more matches to go. Pakistan have only got 1 to go now.
And now, so in their pool, if team wins 3 in a row and they win 1-2 with a, what do we call this, a draw.
What do we learn from this, Grant, as a cricket lover and as a commentator?
I think
take away from any emotional attachment we have to the tournament, to the committee, where a couple of broadcasters being paid to do what we love, which is broadcast cricket at a good venue, a good tournament. What have we learned from that? And from what's happened tonight, and what should have everyone, particularly those running the tournament, have learnt more than most?
Well, this is a growing tournament. It started 2 years ago. It's in its third year. It's growing. It's doing some wonderful things. It's doing wonderful things for cricket. It's being beamed back through set sports into India and the other Asian countries. What I think we need to do is it just needs to keep learning. It has to actually now take this scenario, so we can't allow this scenario to happen again. We need to have a contingency for it. We need to have a law in place that actually says this is what we're going to do in this eventuality, so that you don't have this. This has all come about because people weren't sure and unaware how to actually respond to it. And I just think what we need to know now is paint these scenarios, what if this happens, what is going to be the law that we put in place that suits our tournament. You're right, it's not sanctioned by Cricket Victoria or Cricket Australia or any of that. So the upside for that is that it can actually develop its own set of laws. But the laws have got to be fair. They've got to keep player safety in mind at all times. I actually don't have a problem with the fact that the umpires have executed the right to actually stop this game, because you can have a look at the screen there.
I've got no issue with it as well.
It looks quite bright on the screen.
It does.
It looks quite. Now, you and I can tell you from sitting here that it's not that bright out there right now at the moment. I would like to be facing somebody fast out there, but I must admit, if I were the Pakistani side, it was 77 off about 43. So I would have still said advantage the Pakistani side. They had runs on the board, and they, plus the slower bowlers were actually doing a good job too. So anyway, it is what it is, Dan. I hear what you say, and I feel your frustration as a cricket lover. We'd love to have seen the end of this, but there's plenty more great cricket to come, Dan.
I will say one thing, Grant. I know I've talked a lot about Will Basisto being a former Australian under-19 captain at the World Cup. I look forward to seeing him play again. He bowled well, he fielded spectacularly, and he batted magnificently. The Pakistanis have been pretty good in the tournament so far. Very impressed with what we saw from Sydney Mavericks today, the way they batted. The Afghan Eagles didn't give it up, and it was a high-scoring game. Tomorrow, talking of the Afghan Eagles, they get another opportunity. They take on the Lankan Lions, who won their first game on Monday, and then the Canadian Wolves, who went down to the Lankan Lions, will host or play the Sydney Mavericks. And then on Wednesday, the Indian Tigers will do battle with the Sydney Kangaroos in their first match of the tournament, and then it's the Afghan Eagles against the Canadian Wolves. And then on Thursday, Indian Tigers against Sydney Kangaroos. The Eagles play the Wolves, and then on December 22nd, we're in the last round, of course, almost. Perth Phantoms, Sydney Kangaroos, Lankan Lions, Sydney Mavericks. So still a lot of great cricket to be played over the next few days. We thank everyone for today. We thank all the crew for Set Sports who've done a great job behind the scenes. We'll be back with more cricket tomorrow. This match officially drawn. Both teams will get the points. A no result in the end. More so a no result than officially drawn. You still see Sahale out there trying to put his point across that the game should have continued with Harry, but it's all over, and we will obviously talk more about that tomorrow. Thank you, Grant. Thanks to Suhas. Thanks to everyone for their hard work. We'll catch you again tomorrow. The big match in the morning, and it'll be the Afghan Eagles against the Sydney Mavericks. See you then.
Good night, everyone.